Chapter 849. McMao. The post-battle inventory had a general result, and the distribution plan had also been determined. However, the wealth points had not arrived yet. Fong Ping guessed that it was probably because the things were not in his hands yet, so he was not in a hurry. After the war, there were many things to be done. However, Fong Ping did not have time to care about these things now, including the cat's cat food. These had to be arranged later. He had gained a lot from this war, battling the Origin powerhouse, especially when he fought with the Fist powerhouse. Fong Ping did not use his cheat then. If he fought with the other party alone, he would still be slightly better. After the battle, he gained a lot. In the cultivation room, Fong Ping checked his system's data. Wealth, 48 million points vitality, 119,600 calories, 119,800 calories, mentality, 1,055 hertz, 7,999 hertz, destruction power, 60 yuan, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 point/minute plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time, close to rank, 8 forging golden body. Fong Ping could judge his own strength. He was now at peak 7 forging golden body, and his peak strength was 120,000 calories vitality. For a martial artist like him, the difference of 1 or 200 cal was already negligible. However, soon, Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. The upper limit of his mentality was high, but his mentality was injured and had not recovered until now. Self-destruction is really troublesome. Fong Ping took a deep breath. He could not self-destruct anymore. The Golden City plan had been delayed again and again because of mentality self-destruction. The Golden House kept collapsing, and there was no time and opportunity to make it into a Golden House. Break through to rank 8 forging first. Then I'll think about other things slowly. Old Man Li was also in closed-door cultivation. This old man had gained a lot this time. He had not used up the imperishable substance that Fong Ping had given him previously. This closed-door cultivation was probably also to break through to rank 8 forging. Old Man Li's vitality is more than 120,000 calories at rank 8 forging. If he reaches peak 8 forging, 140,000 calories vitality, double the others, reaching 280,000 calories vitality strength. This old man, hateful. Fong Ping suddenly cursed under his breath. He was not happy. The old man had not broken through and had been staying at rank 8. He was also staying at rank 8. In the end, he was fated to be number 2 on the rank 8 ranking list forever. You win. However, after I've absorbed and digested the spoils of battle, I'll go back and learn old Zhang and Li Zhen's absolute secret arts. Then I'll increase my power control and see who's stronger between the two of us. Fong Ping hummed and groaned. Old Man Li was strong, but he had a flaw. He did not have destructive energy. He could only rely on the strength of his vitality. This might also be a form of balance. There was still a limit to the unification of all Daos. Normal martial artists all had the power of destruction. Moreover, their strength was even higher than vitality. An ordinary rank 8 martial artist's destructive force could reach 30 to 40 yuan at its peak, which was equivalent to a vitality strength of 200,000 calories. When they reached rank 9, they did not advance through Golden Body 7th refinement. Under normal circumstances, many of them could also achieve 50 yuan of destruction power, which was equivalent to 250,000 calories of vitality. However, the imperishable substance could hardly be recovered. As for level 9 experts, as long as there was energy, they could recover the force of qi and blood in the blink of an eye. Thus, only at the true final stage would a martial artist use the imperishable substance to fight. Furthermore, it was the kind that could only be used once. After fighting for a while, the imperishable substance would be used up and there would be almost nothing left. Oh, right, the mentality cultivation method that old Zhang took from Dean Liu last time hasn't been passed down. Have you forgotten? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Then he remembered that old Zhang said there were some flaws. It was probably not suitable to be passed down yet. Forget it. I can't use it for now anyway. At this moment, his mentality was almost at 8,000 hertz. It was enough for him to achieve Golden Body 8th refinement. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. He began to condense the imperishable substance and began to forge his flesh. With each forging, his golden body became a little tighter. At this stage, his golden body was much heavier than the average golden body powerhouse. Fang Ping now was probably 20 to 30,000 caddies. If he did not control himself and let himself fall from the sky, it would not be difficult at all for him to smash a building. Golden Body 8th refinement. After 8th refinement, what does a Golden Body 9th refinement look like? It seemed like no one had achieved Golden Body 9th refinement before. Even for martial artists who had achieved Myriad Dao unification, the legends said that they could reach this stage might not be true. The Golden Body 9 refinement technique that he obtained in the Xuande Grotto Heaven last time was a cultivation technique for ordinary physical martial artists. Although the Golden Body 9 refinement technique was said to be 9 refinements, in fact, the upper limit was usually only 7 refinements. To be able to complete 7 refinements of the Golden Body was already a sign of a physical cultivation powerhouse. A Golden Body 7th refinement's vitality was 30,000 cal higher than those Golden Body 6th refinements' beginner vitality. In the future, when they entered the origin path and increased, the gap would be too big. Golden Body 8th refinement. Fang Ping settled his mind, closed his eyes, and began to hone his body. On this day, Li Chongqing was also honing his body. Li Hansong was also honing his body. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, stopped cultivating. He did not return to Nanjiang, but wandered around MCMAU's campus. In this Magic City battle, he, Yao Qingjun, and the others were just bystanders. They only joined the battle later. Walking on campus, Wang Jinyang's brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. Very soon, there was another person beside Wang Jinyang. Wu Quishan appeared out of nowhere. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Before the minister left, he instructed you not to go to Purple Cat Mountain for now." "It's not that." Wang Jinyang shook his head, frowning. "Vice-Chancellor Wu, I think there's something wrong with me." Wu Quishan frowned slightly, saying slowly, "Something wrong? Tell me about it." Wang Jinyang saw that he was not acting strangely and chuckled. Fang Ping coming to MCMAU and meeting respected teachers like Vice-Chancellor Wu is indeed his blessing. I thought Vice-Chancellor would be wary or even have some doubts. Wu Quishan chuckled. Doubts? The resurrection of the Devil Emperor? Actually, there's no need to worry about this. In the neo-martial era, no one is afraid of resurrection. Even if you, Wang Jinyang, are really the resurrection of the Devil Emperor. So what? The Devil Emperor shouldn't be me. Wang Jinyang shook his head, smiling. I feel that I'm not the Devil Emperor, unquestionable Jian. It's just a feeling. However, I suspect that I might be related to the Devil Emperor. The one who summoned me at Purple Cat Mountain might be the Devil Emperor. Wu Quishan said nothing. Wang Jinyang laughed again. Of course, this isn't important. The key is, I seem to have mutated again. Wang Jinyang said with a strange look in his eyes, my bone marrow mutated. Ever since I reached the high ranks, I'm not much different from the average person. I thought that, at this point, my mutation had come to an end. But yesterday, I advanced upper stage rank 7 and started honing my skull. Something changed again. What? Wang Jinyang took a deep breath, saying solemnly, I don't think I can hone my skull. Maybe I can achieve a golden body. I realize that I'm a little similar to Instructor Lee, but it's not the same. Wang Jinyang took another breath. My skull hasn't turned into a golden bone. I've never been involved in the issue of a golden body before. My bones haven't turned golden either. I don't find this strange. Many rank 7 martial artists are like this. If you haven't forged a semi-golden body, your bones will still be white. This is normal. Under normal circumstances, you'll only achieve a golden body when you reach rank 8. But this time I failed to hone my skull. I realized where the problem lies. My mentality and vitality force are starting to merge. I want to hone my bones, but I can't do it. My strength is also returning to 1, but it's not transforming into a certain type of strength. Instead, it's transforming into an extremely unfamiliar energy. As he said that, Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. According to the usual practice, when mentality and vitality force merge, it will be converted into celestiality. If you add in your physique, it will be converted into destructive power. Or you can just do what Instructor Lee did and convert it into pure vitality force. But I'm not. Or in other words, my strength is evolving toward the bone marrow force. Wu Quishan frowned, saying in a low voice, "Bone marrow force?" I don't know if that's the case. You'll know when you see it. As he said that, a blood-red color appeared in Wang Jinyang's hands. Wu Quishan looked at it for a while, frowning. It's not vitality force. Its purity seems to be purer than vitality force. It's a little similar to Li Changxing's 10,000 Dao unification force, but it's also not. Wu Quishan recalled. Last time in Shishan, the book that Fang Ping got said that there were 6 paths of ancient martial arts. 10,000 Dao unification. 10,000 Dao unification. Focused on the physique, focused on mentality, cultivated normally. Among them, there's the last one that even the minister doesn't really understand. Cultivate the internal, then cultivate the external. Internal as the main, external as a supplement. Wu Quishan glanced at Wang Jinyang, saying slowly, "Today's Li Hansong is no longer walking the path of 10,000 Dao unification. He might have been a powerhouse of 10,000 Dao unification in the past. Yao Chenjun used to walk the path of 10,000 Dao unification. The probability is not small. They must have been very pure back then, walking the ultimate path. Now, they're resurrected in the neo-martial era, but they're walking the path of the convergence of 2 paths," Wu Quishan continued. "The minister once said that people like you might have sealed yourselves and recultivated martial arts. Maybe you've discovered some flaws in the path. That's why you did it. Both of them are extreme path powerhouses who were resurrected. This time, they're involved in the North-South conflict. I suspect that both of them might have been the representatives of the North and South sects back then, walking the purest North-South path. When they reach a certain realm, maybe something went wrong, so they sealed themselves and reincarnated to recultivate. As for you, you're actually very strange as Fang Ping." Wu Quishan laughed. "What you've resurrected is actually the bone marrow force. This is a little unusual. This means that in your past life, maybe you were a top-notch powerhouse of this path. The last path of the 6 paths of ancient martial arts is unclear, as if I've never heard of it before. If that's the case, how can the 6 paths of ancient martial arts exist? I'm guessing that there must be a top-notch powerhouse in this path. That's why there are 6 paths of ancient martial arts. And you might be a top-notch powerhouse of this path." As Wu Quishan spoke, he frowned again. "But if you think that you're related to the Demon Emperor or Purple Cap Mountain, then what's the situation with Purple Cap Mountain? What's the situation with Unquestionable Sword? Could it be that he's also walking the same path as you? The last path of the 6 paths of ancient martial arts?" At this point, Wu Quishan said, "How about this? When Fang Ping comes out of closed-door cultivation, let him accompany you to find Ash and ask. Ash knows Unquestionable Sword, and he seems to have come into contact with it a lot. Maybe he knows something about it. Don't worry too much. There are thousands of martial arts paths. Even if there are flaws, it's not impossible to correct. In the neo-martial era, everything is possible. If there's really no other way, just cripple yourself and recultivate, Wu Quishan said, calmly smiling. Shatter your bones and shred your mentality to preserve your vitality. It's not impossible to use treasures and recultivate. Your Fong Ping's guide on the path of martial arts. He won't hesitate for such a small matter. When Wang Jinyang heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's true. Vice-Chancellor Wu said it. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor Wu. I'll wait for Fong Ping to come out and ask him again. Wu Quishan was quite good at comforting people, although he did not feel very reliable. However, Wang Jinyang did let out a sigh of relief. That was true. At most, he could just cripple himself and recultivate with his current experience and Fong Ping's help. Even if he recultivated, he might only need half a year to reach rank 7. Wang Jinyang no longer frowned. He quickly bid farewell and left. As soon as he left, Wu Quishan murmured, 6 paths of ancient martial arts. Yao Qingjun, who specializes in mentality, Li Hansong, who specializes in physique, and Wang Jinyang, who might be the last representative. The other 3 paths cultivate normally, focus on physique, and focus on mentality. Are powerhouses resurrected in these 3 paths? Or are these 3 the orthodox paths, and there's no need to recultivate for a lifetime? Wu Quishan pondered for a moment. The last 3 actually existed in both mental energy and lifeblood force. Cultivating mental energy also cultivated the physical body. It was just a little biased. As for 10,000 techniques as one and 10,000 techniques as one, they were not biased. They were not learned at all and belonged to the illiterate category. Humans nowadays still cultivate more on the physique. However, it's still considered dual cultivation. Mentality and physique are not biased too much. The martial arts cultivated by modern humans were still considered the orthodox path. It was slightly biased, and the physique was slightly more biased, but the difference was not too big. Mentality had always been maintained at a normal level. Wu Quishan felt a little strange. In the neo-martial era, the cultivation methods of the land of boundaries could not be obtained. Was it really unobtainable? Or was it controlled by someone? Was it caused by the North-South War that year? Both sects had flaws, so they finally decided not to impart cultivation methods anymore. As for now, human martial arts were more or less fixed, cultivating the physique and also cultivating mentality. Except for a few people, such as Li Changsheng, the others would not deliberately give up on one path even if they learned a cultivation method now. Su Giqing and the others were helpless in order to quickly improve their combat strength. Otherwise, they would not deliberately switch to 10,000 techniques as one. Giving us mentality cultivation methods now is the icing on the cake. It can break some of our shackles and not make people focus on mentality from an early age. If mentality cultivation methods had existed long ago, perhaps many people would not have painstakingly cultivated the physique at all. Wu Quishan pondered again. He was not quite sure if this was man-made or God's will. Anyway, the existence of the neo-martial era seemed to be somewhat special. Taking a deep breath, Wu Quishan stopped thinking about this. In a few years, everything would come to light. Now, the mysterious history of the past was slowly revealing a corner. The land of boundaries, Tsongkat, the land of kings. These people or demons had begun to appear. The mysterious heavenly king subduing had begun to appear this time and officially walked to the front stage. It seemed that it would not be rare in the future. Absolute peak! Wu Quishan suddenly felt a little regretful. What a pity! It was a pity that this time he was lacking a little and could not achieve a breakthrough in the end. On the other hand, Qin Yaozu, the senior who had been stagnant for many years, advanced by leaps and bounds this time, directly stepping into the impasse realm. The Great War is approaching, and our chances of achieving the absolute peak seem to be greater. Wu Quishan suddenly laughed. Heroes are created by the times. In these 2 years, one powerhouse after another advanced by leaps and bounds. It seemed like coincidence, but perhaps it was also inevitable. At this moment, Wu Quishan suddenly turned his head to look at MCMAU's old section. A golden light shone heaven and earth. Golden Body 8 Refinement. Li Chongsheng. At this moment, Wu Quishan's pressure skyrocketed. This guy was terrifyingly fast. He was already a Golden Body 8 Refinement. How could this be endured? Just as he finished lamenting, in the next moment, in the southern area of MCMAU, another golden light shone heaven and earth. Fang Ping. On the 2nd of January, Fang Ping and Old Man Li achieved the Golden Body 8 Refinement at the same time, breaking the legend that martial artists could not achieve the Golden Body 8 Refinement. Today, many people actually knew that Zhang Tao and Li Zhen did not achieve the Golden Body 8 Refinement, but entered rank 9 at peak 7 Refinement. Just like that, the two became invincible at the absolute peak. Today, MCMAU produced 2 Golden Body 8 Refinement powerhouses in one day. Perhaps the times had really changed. On the 3rd of January, the Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association officially changed the rankings. This time the changes were very, very big. Some of the older people were a little surprised by the Martial Arts Association's boldness. This time, the ranking list was cut up. It was cut into many parts. This time, the Martial Arts Association was not just doing it for the rankings. They even had the intention of changing the martial arts ranks. And this was obviously not something that the Martial Arts Association could decide on their own. Someone must have asked the Martial Arts Association to do this before they left. Absolute Talent Ranking, Origin Ranking, Golden Body Ranking, Grandmaster Ranking. This time, the names on the ranking list had changed. It was no longer the previous rank 7, 8, and 9 ranking list. Of course, the general meaning was similar, but there were indeed a lot of changes. For example, the Origin Ranking was no longer a general name for rank 9, but First Refinement, Second Refinement, Third Refinement. The moment the ranking list appeared, Fang Ping actually knew that this was done by Old Zhang. He was refining the division of rank 9. This allowed martial artists to have a clearer understanding of their own position and where they should work hard. As for the Golden Body Ranking, it was also no longer differentiated by middle, and upper stages. Instead, it adopted the ancient name of Golden Body ranks to differentiate. Fang Ping also speculated that such a change might be to let more martial artists know that the Golden Body was not just limited to 6th refinement. There were higher refinements. When the situation in Sino-Nation eased, it was not as urgent as before when people were promoted. At this time, it was probably Old Zhang's intention to let some Golden Body powerhouses continue to settle down and break through to 7th Refinement Golden Body. Back then, the human situation was tense and far from the catacombs. Entering rank 9 could at least increase combat strength rapidly and achieve Origin Dao quickly. However, in this way, these rank 9 powerhouses were actually not that strong. Many of them were early stage 6th Refinement Golden Body. After comprehending Origin Dao, they advanced quickly without stopping. The result of this was that when some rank 9 powerhouses fought with the catacombs martial artists, although they had an advantage, it was not a crushing victory in terms of strength. Instead, it was their determination to fight to the death to make the human rank 9 stronger. In terms of combat strength, in terms of foundation, humans were not necessarily stronger than the catacombs. McMao, Fang Ping, who had just come out of seclusion, did not look at anything else but the top talents list. He was very bold. What was the meaning of the Martial Arts Association making this list this time? Old Zhang, what was it for? To show off? Actually, it was not necessary. King martial artists were invincible. They knew what they should know and did not need to know. If that was the case, was the existence of the top talents list purely to inspire people? On the top talents list, there was a preamble. A rank 9 martial artist's vitality is comparable to a regular rank 9's 800,000 calorie strength. This is the peak. The peak of martial arts. 800,000 calories. This was compared to a regular rank 9. The weakest peak had a basic vitality of 200,000 calories. After doubling, it reached 400,000 calories. A peak's qualitative change doubled, which was equivalent to 800,000 calories. This was a weak peak, the weakest kind. However, no matter how weak it was still much stronger than a top-notch rank 9. Before reaching the peak, if the vitality did not double, no matter how strong a regular martial artist was, no matter how strong their foundation was, 400,000 calories was their limit. Such a huge gap. This was the difference between a peak and a non-peak. The ranking of the top talents list had no order and no unnecessary introduction. However, Fang Ping glanced at it and could not help but laugh. This list was not necessarily without order. Garrison King, Li Xuanxia, Martial King, Zhang Tao, War King, Jiang Tianminghao King, Li Zhen, Sword King, Su Jian, Moon King, Nan Yuniwe, King Ding, Chen Yaozu, Spear King, Zhang Weiyu. A total of 17 peak powerhouses were all listed. Zhang Weiyu was ranked last. Chen Yaozu was second to last. The battle for the North and South Spear Kings had come to an end. Sino Nation had 2 Spear Kings, North and South. Now, the Spear King of the Peak was taken by Zhang Weiyu. Even if the North Spear King Wang Yu achieved the peak in the future, he would have to change his name. List all the peak powerhouses in Star City. Does this mean that the top talents list has officially come to the forefront? The top talents had been guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years and had never appeared in front of anyone. Even Shan Haotian and Chen Gaiyang, although they were on the list, almost no one had seen them before. Today, however, the 17 peak powerhouses were separated and each of them was on the list. Fang Ping did not know whether it meant that Star City had officially come into the world or that the peak powerhouses had come to the forefront. Perhaps it was both. After the top talents list was the origin list. Similarly, there was a preamble. Step out of the origin path. 100 meters is a section, and the origin is divided into 10 sections. 0 to 100 meters was a section, and it increased progressively. When it was above 900 meters, it would be a true rank 9/10th origin powerhouse. First place, Kong Lingyuan, 10th origin. The first person on the origin list was not Wu Chuan and the others, but Kong Lingyuan, who had been seriously injured and had yet to recover. 1 against 12. Even with the help of the Wildcat, Kong Lingyuan had displayed a truly invincible momentum in the previous battle. He was the strongest powerhouse on the origin path. Second place, Zhao Xingwu, 10th origin. Zhao Xingwu had entered the catacombs, and there had been no news of him until now. This time, he was still ranked second on the origin list. Third place, Su Yunfei, Sword King's son, 10th origin. Fourth place, Wu Quishan, 8th origin. Fifth place, Wu Chuan, 8th origin. Sixth place, Zhang Yuehua, Zhang family's patriarch's son, 9th origin. Seventh place, Zhou Xinghe, Zhou family's patriarch's son, 9th origin. Eighth place, this time there were many more powerhouses on the origin list. Unfamiliar powerhouses. There were powerhouses guarding Mount Imperial Sea, powerhouses guarding the boundaries, powerhouses from the central government. All the rank 9 powerhouses in Star City, without exception, were on the list. Almost all the powerhouses had shown up in the Magic City Catacombs battle. Even the powerhouses guarding Mount Imperial Sea. First Ma Tianfu appeared. Then Zheng Tao fought to the death. These seniors who had been guarding Mount Imperial Sea for many years were on the list, telling the world that Sino Nation had not forgotten these people. They had names, they were powerhouses, they had made great contributions to mankind, and they deserved to be remembered by everyone, including some second-generation elders from the boundaries. One after another, they were on the list. Previously, Fang Ping already knew that most of the 8 boundaries in Sino Nation were guarded by people. Many of those people were the direct descendants of the patriarchs. This time, these people were on the list too. Moreover, these second-generation elders were not weak. There were even powerhouses at 10th origin, which meant that they were not far from the absolute peak. As for Chen Yaozu before this, he was actually not too strong. After all, his father was not too strong either. Back then, Chen Yaozu had only walked about 700 meters, probably around 7th to 8th origin. And this time, Chen Yaozu directly reached the top of the absolute talent list. Unfamiliar powerhouses, one after another, were ranked in the top 10. Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan, with the strength of 8th origin, were ranked 4th and 5th. Fang Ping almost wanted to laugh when he saw this. Wu Chuan, tragedy. The people who were ranked in front of him, one after another, had become the absolute peak. After Zhang Weiyu became the absolute peak, according to the original situation, he should be ranked first. In the end, the authenticity of this list this time, Fang Ping felt that it was much more reliable. It should be like this. After old Wu survived one after another absolute peak, he did not even enter the top 3, once again being thrown to the 5th place, and was even surpassed by Wu Quishan. Fang Ping was thinking now, if Wu Chuan saw this list, would he go and kill people? What a great disgrace! To think that he had previously shouted that he was the first person below the absolute peak. Now he had lost a lot of face. However, with the strength of 8th origin, the two of them overpowered a few 9th origin powerhouses. It was enough to prove themselves. This time, the list was rearranged. The weak rank 9s were all 1st origin. They were also all in the list. And this time, Sino Nation had more powerhouses on the origin list. The list went all the way to the 82nd place. Fang Ping knew before that Imperial Sea Mountain had about 15 seniors. Land of Boundaries had about 10. Land of Kings also had 5 or 6, and the central government also had 4 or 5 people who were not on the list. Warlords said that below the absolute peak in Sino Nation, there were about 80 rank 9s. After that, Elvision appeared, and recently there were people who broke through. This time, all the rank 9 powerhouses were out, as high as 82 people. It was not surprising. Including the desperate peak, it was exactly 99 people. Sino Nation rank 9s. One more to break through 100 people. The origin list was ranked 82nd, and the Golden Body list also had more people than before. First, Li Changsheng, rank 8 refinements. Second, Fang Ping, rank 8 refinements. Third, the 2 rank 8 refinements powerhouses were especially eye-catching. There was no one else but the 3rd powerhouse, rank 8 refinements. The top 10 were almost all rank 8 refinements. Only after these 2 people, there was a gap, no rank 8 refinements powerhouses. In the neo-martial era, there was a gap in martial arts. Rank 8 refinements were rarely seen. Today, there was no 7 refinements, but there were 2 more 8 refinements powerhouses. It also surprised and shocked many people. Chapter 850. The release of the new list also caused a stir. It was almost the first time most of the martial artists below the pinnacle rank had found out that rank 9 actually had such a distinction. Many people even felt that rank 9 could not be considered a rank 9. Minimum 800,000 calories vitality. When this number was released, countless martial artists were shocked. Peak rank 3 martial artists, vitality 1,000 calories. Peak rank 6 martial artists, vitality 10,000 calories. As for rank 1 martial artist, the lowest was 800,000 calories. Such a difference was like heaven and earth. From 400,000 to 800,000. This was the difference between the strongest and rank 10 origin powerhouses. There was also a qualitative difference between them. But rank 9 was still considered a rank 9. At this moment, even Fang Ping was puzzled. How big was the difference between the Emperor realm and the Desperation realm? If the difference was not big, then there was no need to care too much about whether it was the Emperor realm or not. The top rank, 10, like old Zhang, probably had more than 1,000,000 cal vitality. This was rank 9 vitality, comparable to more than 2,000,000 calories. Could it be that this wasn't a qualitative transformation? Fang Ping did not think too much about the changes in the Emperor realm. It was still far from him. At this moment, Fang Ping was more concerned about the changes in his strength. Wealth, 31 million points vitality, 123,600 calories, 126,800 calories. Mentality, 6,125 hertz, 8,099 hertz. Destructive power, 63 yuan, 63 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 point/minute plus origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. Vitality has exceeded 120,000 calories. Destructive power has reached 63 yuan. Fang Ping looked at the new data, his mind turning. If one could master the destructive power 100%, that would be a destructive power of 315,000 calories. A powerhouse like that would be considered a top-notch elemental Tao powerhouse. Being at origin level 10 did not mean that one could unleash such powerful strength. The strongest rank 10 origin Fang Ping had seen was Qi Huanyu. That guy's basic vitality was probably 200,000 calories, not lower than a weak rank 9. This guy had stayed in rank 9 for hundreds of years, honing his physique to the extreme. He was not weaker than a normal peak golden body 8th refinement or even 9th refinement for an expert like him. His origin Tao had also reached the limit. Apart from not having the qualitative change like the absolute peak, he was a true monarch expert. After the enhancement, Qi Huanyu's own strength could reach 400,000 calories, but he could not achieve a 100% outburst. However, he had lived for too long, so he could probably reach 90%. A vitality outburst of 360,000 calories. This was probably the strength of the strongest rank, 9 in both realms. Of course, divine weapons and absolute arts also had amplification effects. If Qi Huanyu was proficient in controlling the divine weapon and had a powerful ultimate art, he might be able to reach the 400,000 mark. For 100,000, this was the limit of strength that was not at the absolute peak. Fang Ping looked at the ranking list for a while and felt his new strength. He was satisfied, but not completely satisfied. He was still not strong enough. His control over his power had always been his weakness. Advancing too quickly was a bitter consequence. The 8th refinement golden body should be able to offset the boost from quintessence Tao. I should have the strength of at least level 5 quintessence Tao, but I don't. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Right now, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious if he were to battle a martial artist below level 3 of origin Tao. However, if it was above level 3, it would depend on the situation. Under normal circumstances, when an origin Tao had reached 300 meters, his control over his power would not be too low. Moreover, everyone had their own ultimate art. Even if they did not have an absolute peak ultimate art, they would have their own unique ultimate art. It's normal that everyone has lived for so many years. I have to keep a normal heart. Fang Ping comforted himself. Old man, Li was considered young. He had just passed 60 years old, and he was only 61 years old now. He was 40 years older than him. After 10 years, Fang Ping would be 21 years old now. Old Zhang should be 86 years old this year, right? Fang Ping complained in his heart. Old Zhang might be considered young among the absolute peak, but he was still an old man, almost 90 years old. Li Zhen seemed to be a few years older than old Zhang. He was also an old man. Nan Yunue was even older, more than 90 years old. I'm still young. Old antiques, like old cat, are thousands of years old. I'm not in a hurry. Fong Ping suppressed his restless thoughts. At his stage, if there were no wars, it would not be difficult to live 1,000 years. He had only walked 1/50th of his life. What was there to be anxious about? Macmau. After the war, MCMAU was still a little chaotic. Now, people came and went very lively. The current MCMAU could directly connect to the Magic City catacombs. There were no underground passageways. There was a direct path to the vortex. On Fong Ping's way to the combat techniques room, greetings were endless. Vice-Chancellor Fong was now Vice-Chancellor Fong in name only. After the war in Magic City, Zhang Tao and the others' prestige among the powerhouses had reached the peak. Fong Ping's prestige had also reached the peak among MCMAU instructors and students. In November, Huang Jing and the others died in battle. Fong Ping planned the war in Magic City and conquered the catacombs in one battle. In less than 2 months, the Magic City catacombs that weighed on the hearts of Magic City martial artists no longer had any hidden dangers. It had completely become Sino Nation's territory, including the forbidden areas. When he thought of the forbidden areas, Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. His mentality fluctuated rapidly, and he asked, "Ironhead, where are the phoenix and the rat?" They were temporarily escorted into the catacombs to prevent them from rioting. Vice-Chancellor Gua and the other 2 are watching over them now. Oh, I'll go back and take a look. This time, the divine weapons are more damaged. In the distance, Li Hansong's figure appeared. When he heard this, he broke into a smile. Did Fong Ping have his eyes on those 2 monsters? Li Hansong's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and asked, "8th level? How do you feel?" "It's SOO. Not enough." Fong Ping smiled as he walked. "You're not bad, too. Rank, 8 second level, not bad." Li Hansong looked embarrassed. Was rank, 8 second level, only not bad? He had just entered rank 8 a few days ago. Currently, his mentality was only enough for him to advance to rank 8 third level. Even rank 8 fourth level would be difficult. I'll go to the combat techniques room to take a look. Old Zhang and the others left their ultimate study in the combat techniques room. They're not the average kind of bold. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Li Hansong chuckled. Who dares to come to MCMAU to rob? It's about time the ultimate came. That's true. Fong Ping walked for a while and said, "I'll bring you guys to CCAT later. This guy might know something. Maybe he can help you guys further." That cat. You better take it easy. Solve your own problem first. Fong Ping smiled. My problem? I'm fine with it. Maybe Cat knows something, maybe not. You don't have to care too much about it. Li Hansong nodded and said nothing more. Then he grinned. Have you seen the Golden Body ranking? There's a total of 147 people. I'm ranked 31st with my rank 8 second level ability. I'm ranked higher than many rank 8 4th or 5th level powerhouses. Nonsense. You have the divine armor. Even Origin Dao can't kill you. Is it surprising that you're ranked higher? As Fong Ping said that, he asked, "How strong is your vitality now?" More than 50,000 calories, close to 60,000 calories. Reaching 60,000 calories meant that he had stepped into rank 8 third level. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "Does your skull still increase your strength?" In the past, everyone's vitality was much higher than the average martial artist's. Now it seemed to be even. Fong Ping was the same. Li Hansong thought for a while before saying, "A little, but not much. Maybe a few thousand cal more. From rank 1 to rank 8 third level, I have about 60,000 calories. When I enter Golden Body 6th level, I should be able to reach 100,000 calories vitality." The increase isn't big. Fong Ping continued walking and asked again, "How's your strength control?" "About 60%. It's a little weak." Fong Ping lamented, "We're improving fast, but we need to solve this flaw as soon as possible. Veteran powerhouses usually have strength control above 70%. In this battle, I'm fine. You're just a shield. You can't do anything. Li Hansong smiled bitterly. At least he was still a shield for a rank 9. It was not bad. His improvement had actually exceeded his imagination. Fang Ping was still not satisfied. This guy was really ambitious. Seeing that he did not speak, Fang Ping chuckled. We're the main characters of this era. Old Zhang and the others are old. When they're old, it's time to retire. It's time to enjoy the rest of their lives. The previous battle had allowed him to be in the limelight. Do you want to watch the show forever? No. Then we have to become stronger. There will be many opportunities to become stronger. Purple Cat Mountain and the Battle King's land might be opportunities for us to become stronger. Little Fatty said that when he reached rank 8, the Battle Kings found an opportunity for him. If there's a chance, we have to join in too. Fang Ping chuckled. I want to enter 9th refinement. You also have to hone your golden body as soon as possible and reach the high forging state. Only then will you have the ability to fight head-on. Now that the Paragon and True Kings have not appeared, this is actually our chance. After the matter of the Battle King's land ends, I think the True Kings of the Catacombs will probably be completely dormant, waiting for the final battle to arrive. And this time difference is our last chance to rise. Now, 107 passageways had been opened. Just a few days ago, the 107th passageway had been opened. At this moment, only the last passageway had not been opened. It was within Sino Nation's borders. When the last passageway was opened, there might be earth-shattering changes. After nearly 1,000 years, all the passageways had finally been completely opened. Fang Ping knew that the great battle was coming. Li Hansong's expression was solemn. He nodded. Understood. Don't worry, we will improve as soon as possible. We won't be a burden to you. Oh right, that kid Qin Fengqing has some secrets. This guy has been preparing recently. It seems like he's preparing to go on a long journey. I suspect that this guy has found some opportunity and is preparing to seize it. Everyone has their own opportunity. Don't worry too much. Fang Ping smiled. Last time, he confidently said that he would catch up to me sooner or later. He must have found something. However, even if there is an opportunity, it's nothing more than those treasures and the like. It might be useful to him, but it might not be useful to us. Qin Fengqing was still a middle stage rank 7, just a little away from upper stage. What was useful to him might not be useful to Fang Ping. As they spoke, Fang Ping had already walked to the door of the combat techniques room. Once at the door, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Instructor Song, you're not guarding the energy room anymore, but the combat techniques room instead? At the door, Song Yingji shot him a look. He said helplessly, Grandmaster powerhouses like you don't do this. There's something special in the combat techniques room now. If we don't guard it, will you? He had also entered the mentality-vitality fusion realm, but his mentality was still a distance away from materialization. He was afraid that he would still be at this stage in the short term. In MCMAU nowadays, those who had not entered the Grandmaster level were not considered powerhouses. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not say much. He asked quickly, why did the minister and the others leave their secret techniques here? Song Yingji chuckled. Do you really think that they left it for you? Consider it as leaving it for the fated. Some people's paths are similar to the minister and the others. It's worth it to learn their secret techniques. They left it here for everyone to try. If the compatibility is really high, you can learn it too. After you learn it, you'll have nothing left. Fang Ping knew that an ultimate secret technique would shatter immediately after learning it once. He did not expect the two paragons to have such intentions. He had thought that old Zhang was a good person, leaving an ultimate technique for him. It turned out that he had prepared it for everyone else. Old Zhang said that he would give it to me. I'm taking it. How old are you guys? Go and create yourselves. We juniors are the ones who have to walk the path of our predecessors. Fang Ping was straightforward. He immediately took the ultimate technique for himself. Song Yingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't say that I won't give it to you. Why did you snatch it? Everyone tried it. The compatibility isn't high. It might not be as useful as your own. But since you've taken it, don't waste it. Old Song, this is not the tone you should use when talking to the Vice-Chancellor. You should respect the Vice-Chancellor. Song Yingji was speechless. He ignored him. Respect my ass. Kid, you're only strong now. If you're weak, I'll give you a beating every 3 days. Fang Ping and Song Yingji joked around for a while. Soon, they entered the combat techniques room. On the highest floor of the combat techniques room, 2 crystal books floated in the air. One book, Sword Aura Soaring to the Sky. The other book, Gentle Aura. Without guessing, Fang Ping knew which one was Old Zhang's. He was curious about Old Zhang's ultimate technique. He had never heard of its name, but he knew Li Zhen's void-piercing swordsmanship technique. Old man, Li had learned it. His combat strength was strong, and the compatibility was extremely high. This was what Li Zhen meant at the beginning. If he died in battle, Old Man Li would take his place. However, after Old Man Li left, he no longer had the chance to do so. There were no words on the crystal books, but that was invisible to the naked eye. Fang Ping's mentality fluctuated. Very soon, words appeared on both crystal books. Void-piercing swordsmanship technique. Fang Ping took a look at Li Zhen's ultimate technique and ignored it. Old Zhang's Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Zhang Tao's education log. What the hell? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This was the name of an ultimate technique? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Li Hansong's face was red from holding back his laughter. He huffed and puffed, trying not to laugh. It's a little similar to your 10,000 teachers' square ping technique. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Come on, I'm not as direct as him. I'm directly calling it Zhang Tao's education log. If anyone learns his ultimate technique, who can stand it when they unleash a move and shout Zhang Tao's education log? Look at Old Man, Li, and the others. Every move they unleashed would be void-piercing roars. If he learned Old Zhang's ultimate technique in the future, would he also have to shout Zhang Tao's education log in such a shameful manner? He would not have the face to shout it. Shouting the ultimate technique's name was to increase one's aura. Once the battle started, martial artists would give it their all. Sometimes they would feel flustered when holding back, and they would feel uncomfortable if they did not shout it. However, Fang Ping swore that even if he learned this ultimate technique, he would never shout it like that. After watching for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be suitable for me. Old Zhang's is slightly better. It doesn't seem to repel me too much. However, Commander Li's aura isolates me. I'm afraid it'll be a waste if I learn it. Li Zhen's ultimate technique was murderous and unparalleled. This kind of ultimate technique did not seem to be suitable for Fang Ping. Moreover, it used a sword. Fang Ping had almost never held a sword before. It's mainly for reference. Li Hansong said immediately, ultimate techniques are the way energy is arranged. I'll let you see how peerless powerhouses arrange their energy. However, the arrangement of the absolute martial arts energy was complementary to their Tao of origin. That's why I said that ultimate techniques are also a manifestation of origin path. The 2 ministers really value you. Of course. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm prepared to become sworn brothers with them when I'm a peerless expert. We're family, let's not talk nonsense. Li Hansong rolled his eyes. Don't think that when I wasn't around that day, you wanted to acknowledge Old Zhang as your godfather. Now that you're going to become sworn brothers, are you going to become their godfather tomorrow? Fang Ping continued to smile. Why? Do you have an opinion? Think about it. A peerless expert can live for thousands of years without dying. Is there a difference between us being 20 years old and 100 years old? We're considered the same generation, right? Same generation. Then becoming sworn brothers won't be a problem. Fong Ping broke into a grin and kept the two manuals into his arms. He had to figure out these two ultimate techniques carefully. However, this was not urgent. He still had other things to do here. He had to settle the matter with Old Cat as soon as possible. After settling the matter with Old Cat, it would not be too late for him to study it slowly. He could also go to the catacombs and settle his gains this time. His wealth points were now depleted. He did not have many wealth points, even if he wanted to cultivate. Besides, when Old Cat killed King Pine earlier, he could not open his ring. King Pine was dead, but his storage ring seemed to be sealed. This made Fong Ping very helpless. Old Zhang and the others left quickly. Fong Ping suspected that only a desperate realm powerhouse could break the seal of King Pine's remaining mentality. He would try looking for Old Cat. As for Old Cat, it was most likely not worth his attention. If he did, he would not have watched Fong Ping pick it up last time. A true king's storage ring must have a lot of good stuff. It's a pity it's not mine yet. If I could get a few unique fruits, that would be great. Fong Ping really did not think about himself this time. Right now, many rank 9s were still unconscious. Even the imperishable substance was useless. Zhang Tao, Kong Lingyuan, Wang Qinghai, Nen Yunhua, and Tian Mu were also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Tian Mu was slightly better. The other 4 were taken away this time. Even if he could not save them, he could at least heal Tian Mu. As the top of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, it was not surprising that King Pine had a rank 9 monster plant. The true kings of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, King Pine, and the others were not plant spirits but catacombs humans. However, their titles and surnames were almost all named after plants. This was not a coincidence. Almost all of them had accompanying monster plants following them, from when they were weak all the way until they reached true king realm. For example, there was a powerful maple monster plant in the Maple King region. Peak rank 9. It was stronger than Feng Jiuqing. Plant monster plants lived for a long time. Some were passed down from generation to generation. Rumor had it that this maple tree in the Maple King region had followed King Maple's father and even grandfather before following King Maple. Therefore, the reason why King Maple had a treasure like the maple fruit was because of this monster plant. Fong Ping guessed that King Pine should also have a pine monster plant following him. It was difficult for monster plants to become true kings. Usually, they would stay at rank 9 for thousands of years. After such a long time, they might have spent time and energy to bear a divine fruit similar to rose flowers. That was a treasure that could let rank 9 powerhouses come back to life after their mentality had been extinguished. Back then, Lord Rose City's condition was similar to Wang Qinghai and the others today. Since it could let Lord Rose City live, it could also let them recover. In the past, Fong Ping did not really understand the preciousness of these treasures. Now he truly understood how difficult it was to let a rank 9 monster plant bear only fruit. At the cost of a decline in ability, it even contained some of its own origin path. Essence, spirit, and soul were exhausted. Huge amounts of resources, including vitality, were consumed just to bear only fruit. Once in a lifetime, 1 fruit at a time. Not every monster plant could produce such a fruit. Or rather, it was almost invisible. Rose flower! At this moment, Fong Ping was a little distracted. A monster plant that had fallen in love. It was unbelievable. I don't know if King Song has these things. If he does, it'll be much easier. These true kings also know the preciousness of the only fruit. They might force rank 9 monster plants to do it. It might not be voluntary, but it was hard to say if its life was in danger. Let's go. Call Old Wang and Old Yao. Let's go see Big Cat. Fong Ping did not think about this anymore. He called Iron Head and laughed. Old Yao, this guy, might be able to get some opportunities this time. Old Cat and Gong Juanzi have been around for so many years. Old Yao is a southern sect powerhouse who has been resurrected. In my opinion, he might really be able to get some benefits this time. Li Hansong said with a look of anticipation. Which realm do you think is the northern sect's grotto heaven? I think Shwanda Grotto Heaven and Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven might not be the northern sects. Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven might be. It felt hostile toward Old Yao, but it couldn't enter last time. Also, Fong Ping, do you think the few of us are the masters of the Grotto Heaven? Fong Ping glanced at him and chuckled. Master of the Grotto Heaven? You're the general of the Northern Expedition. As he said this, Li Hansong said gloomily, General of the Northern Expedition? In the past, it's nothing. But now, you're saying that the Northern sect powerhouses are the ones who are going to conquer myself? This time, he could not pretend to be deaf and mute. This title would not do. How could he, the Northern sect powerhouses, conquer the North? This was not right. Fong Ping helped to explain. You don't think it's good? You can just take it as a title, or you can be the general of the Northern Expedition. How about this? This is not bad. Li Hansong nodded in satisfaction. This could be done. Northern Expedition. Northern Expedition was not bad. Both of them did not mention the Heavenly Emperor was fake at all now. Anyway, they were just fooling around like this. It was enough. Their friendship and bond had come about through this in the beginning. Old brothers, reunited. If the truth was exposed now, it would not be good. It would make them look stupid. It was better not to mention it. No matter what Fong Ping's identity was, he was the Heavenly Emperor now. Even if the true Heavenly Emperor came, it would not do. Fong Ping glanced at Li Hansong and sighed helplessly. Forget it. You can entertain yourself. If you say you're the Northern Expedition Emperor, I don't have any objections. Ignoring Iron Head, Fong Ping took the lost art and walked out, looking for someone to ask for cat food. He had to meet this cat and see if there was a chance to pet the cat's head. He had never touched a cat this big in his life. P.S. Pushing a new book. Don't Soar, by Gentle Words to Wine Boss, is about to be published. Brothers, if you like it, please support it. Thank you. Chapter 851. At the beginning of February, Old Eagle said that he would take first place in the monthly votes. He was brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. His dreams were beautiful, but the results were not so beautiful. There were so many things to take care of in February, and everyone felt dizzy. As for the problem of not updating, there was no need for brothers to remind me again. I missed 5 updates for the basic updates, but I won't make up for the one I missed on the day of the healthcare, and I won't make up for it when I officially applied for leave. I will make up for it after 5 updates. I owe countless rewards and updates. Old Eagle doesn't dare to mention this, but I still dare to talk about the basic updates that I owe. Of course. As for when exactly, it would be better to wait for my current state to be slightly better. I was actually in a daze for the entire February. Although Old Eagle's state wasn't good, he still took first place this month. I still have to thank all of you brothers for your support. Thank you all so much. In February, I fought for first place and said that I would win the Great God Pact. Cough, cough, it's about time. In a few months, I might be able to call myself Eagle God. Allow me to laugh for a moment. I still have to thank all of you brothers for your support along the way. After struggling for so many years, I couldn't have gotten to this point without everyone's support. I won't say any more pleasantries. I would like to express my thanks once again. In March, let's vote for a guaranteed monthly vote. I don't want to lose sight of the monthly vote rankings right after taking first place. Old Eagle is also a person who cares about his reputation. Brothers, we have to support him. Thanks. Global High Martial Arts became the champion in February, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote in March. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 852. Magic City Catacombs. Hope City had completely disappeared. The tall mountain that Song Mao had moved here had also been flattened by experts. The original Hope City was now a barren wasteland. However, there was still a large number of martial artists stationed here to prevent some catacombs martial artists from escaping to the human world. When Fong Ping and the others entered, the martial artists stationed there roared excitedly, "Vice Chancellor!" Even the surname was omitted. Fong Ping took a look. The martial artist stationed there was from MCMAU. He looked familiar, but he could not remember if he was a junior or senior. "You guys have worked hard." Fong Ping smiled and said a few words of condolence. "Good for you. You have a bright future. I'll remember you." He, Fong Ping, was considered a big shot now. In his past life, his status now would probably be higher than some of the feudal officials. It wasn't easy. In 3 years' time, he had actually reached this step. The heavens really had eyes. Fong Ping smiled smugly. Beside him, Wang Jinyang and the others were speechless. Was there a need to be so happy? He was already a person with rank 9 combat strength. Yet he did not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He did not have the slightest bit of willpower. But soon they all had smiles on their faces. "Hello, Principal Wang, Principal Yao, and Dean Li." Li Hansong grinned from ear to ear, and soon he suddenly transmitted his voice. "No, I want to be the vice principal. I always feel a level lower than you guys." Since everyone else was the headmaster, he was the dean. Old Yao was now the vice principal of the top military academy. If Nan Yunping couldn't recover from her injuries, Old Yao might even become the principal. Of course, the two schools were currently discussing a merger. FMS might enter MCMAU and be stationed in the Magic City Catacombs. Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. "You want to be the vice-chancellor? Isn't that the same level as me?" How could that be? Li Hansong was still depressed. At the side, Qin Fengqin, who had snuck in, had a green face. "I'm a big soldier. No position at all. For a master-level expert to end up like this, it was really too miserable." At most, he would call him Grandmaster Qin. Fong Ping ignored them and asked about the catacombs for a while. Soon he said, "Go to the Forbidden Sea. That cat should be in the Forbidden Sea area." To humans and catacombs powerhouses, the Forbidden Sea was a forbidden land. However, Fong Ping felt that the cat had swum in the Forbidden Sea a lot and had probably fished a lot in the past. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, this catacombs #1 forbidden area was always dead silent, without any signs of life. "Brother Cat." Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated, wandering in the air above the Forbidden Sea. Very soon his mentality began to overflow and was absorbed by the seawater. Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated for a while. His gaze flickered slightly. "What do you guys think the Forbidden Sea seawater is?" This thing was terrifyingly corrosive. Corrode everything. Both his psychic energy and physical body would be corroded, including the hopeless abyss. However, once the seawater left the Forbidden Sea, it would lose its effect. It was very special. However, the demons seemed to be able to adapt. When demons entered the sea, they would not be able to adapt in the early stages, but they would be able to withstand the invasion of the seawater in the later stages. The Forbidden Sea was the territory of the demon race. In the truest sense, it was the territory of the demon race. However, Fong Ping felt that the Ash Cat was still a little special. Other demons might be able to enter the Forbidden Sea, but it would definitely not be as easy as the Ash Cat. The Jiao and the other demons were still somewhat fearful of the Forbidden Sea. The aquatic demons might be able to adapt to it, but the land demons were quite fearful of the Forbidden Sea. They would also be tortured if they went down there. Wang Jinyang looked around. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of seawater. The moment his palm entered the water, it began to sizzle. However, when he grabbed the seawater and left the surface of the seawater no longer corroded his flesh. looking at the seemingly harmless seawater in his hand. Wang Jinyang did not care about the corrosive injury. He opened his mouth and said, "The seawater only has a special effect in the sea." This means that the special effect might not come from the seawater itself. It might be caused by something underwater. Fang Ping nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Old Zhang seems to know some powerful demons in the Forbidden Sea. He should have been here before." Fang Ping remembered that in the previous absolute combat strength ranking, the 8th place was a Forbidden Sea Demon King. It was even specially marked as being 10,000 miles away. This meant that old Zhang had gone at least 10,000 miles deep into the Forbidden Sea. How big was the Forbidden Sea exactly? No one knew about this. Fang Ping and the others only knew that the periphery of the 108 outer territories was all the Forbidden Sea. It was boundless. Other than the sea, there was only more sea. In such a vast sea, there were probably countless demons. The Forbidden Sea surrounded the entire catacombs. At this moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, "Fang Ping, do you remember those books that we found when we went to the nest? Are you talking about that wolf commander-in-chief? The rank 7 commander-in-chief that he thought was incomparably powerful in the past. Now, Fang Ping almost could not remember its name. This time, that commander-level powerhouse was probably dead, right? In the previous battle at the Sky Gate, the other party did not appear. In this chaotic battle, there were too many powerhouses who participated in the battle. Fang Ping was also not sure if the other party was dead or not. However, there were no high ranks in the catacombs in Magic City catacombs now. If the other party did not escape from the catacombs, then he was definitely dead. Qin Fengqing nodded, chuckling. Demon Emperor calendar year 3882. A great war broke out. The heavens fell and the earth split. The Forbidden Sea appeared. The 2 kings brought the remnants of their troops and fled to the desolate border. This was the historical record in a book at that time. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. "I haven't forgotten. However, many of the books in the outer territories are actually rumors, hearsay. This is similar to us. It's considered unofficial history and may not be trustworthy." According to the records in the book, Demon Emperor Calendar Year 4895, the Resurrection Passageway opened. Now, it's year 1000 of the Divine Continent Calendar. At the end of the Demon Emperor calendar, it was still the 2 kings who ruled the catacombs. As for the 2 kings who went into hibernation, it was at least 2,000 years ago. Does this mean that before the Divine Continent calendar, there should be another era? Or did the Demon Emperor calendar continue on? Fang Ping shook his head. The matters of the catacombs are very complicated. Some of the old antiques have lived for thousands of years and know a lot of things. However, these people are also unwilling to say anything. Qin Fengqing grinned. "I'm not talking about these problems with the era. The last part about fleeing to the desolate border, what does it mean?" Fang Ping smiled. "I know what you want to say, but I think the possibility is not high. How big is the catacombs? Could it be that back then it was only considered a desolate border area?" "Not necessarily." Qin Fengqing laughed again. "I think it should be similar to Earth. The catacombs are actually mainly the ocean. However, back then, there was a main continental plate that sank in the end during the Great War. The catacombs might have been a continental plate similar to South America back then. The sinking of Divine Continent, this is also recorded. Don't you remember? Therefore, it might not be impossible. When they were reading the books back then, they did not pay much attention to this. This was because at that time, these legends of the Demon Emperor were too far away from them. That was the first time Fang Ping knew that Magic City catacombs were 7 southern territory. At that time, he only had the strength of a rank 3 or 4. In reality, it had not been that long. Fang Ping recalled for a while. It was probably at the end of 2009, just about a year ago. Fang Ping thought about this and said, "Let's not care so much. The Forbidden Sea is still not a place for us to set foot in. If there's a chance in the future, we can explore it. Do you guys want to go fishing? Fong Ping had just finished speaking when a big cat's head suddenly popped out. Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He was almost scared to death. Could this cat not appear and disappear like a ghost? He did not notice it at all. The cat's big head popped out. It was shiny and did not get stained by the seawater. The cat's face lit up. It said happily, "Where's the cat food? Do you guys want to go fishing too?" But it's not easy to fish these days. The island I mentioned before has been occupied by a big bird. The cat was suddenly annoyed. It said unhappily, "That big bird occupied my island. That's the place with the most fish. Now it has taken all the fish and won't let me fish anymore." The cat was unhappy, very unhappy. A bird had snatched its territory. Fong Ping's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. He said, 10,000 miles away? More or less. The cat scratched its head with its paws. It was still unhappy. There was a hint of anger on its big face. That bird is quite powerful. It's almost as powerful as that big snake last time. It's so annoying. It had promised the puppy to bring it fishing, but now its fishing spot was occupied by someone else, and it was a powerful, true god monster. The cat did not want to fight. It could only be angry alone now. The demon king of the Forbidden Sea? Fong Ping thought. The cat said it was very powerful, comparable to the myriad demon king, and it was only 10,000 miles away from the coast of the Forbidden Sea. That should be the Forbidden Sea Demon King that Zhang Tao mentioned, right? Otherwise, how could there be such powerful monsters everywhere? A powerhouse comparable to the myriad demon king was a top-notch powerhouse even in ancient times. Fong Ping thought about it and asked, "Brother Cat, you don't know that big bird?" Logically, powerhouses in the catacombs have cultivated for at least thousands of years to reach this level. Brother Cat, you haven't seen it before you entered the grotto heaven? The cat looked up at the sky. After a while it said, "I don't remember." That's right. It has the strength of a titled true god. It must have been very powerful in the past. Could it be the big crow that ate our fishbone? The cat was a little suspicious. Its paws started scratching its head. Was it it? It did not pay much attention to it. When it was fishing there in the past, there were indeed some birds that ate the fish they caught. However, it had the strength of a desperate realm. It could not remember how many years it had been. Back then, it was already at the peak. Why would it care about some weak, unpalatable, and seemingly unappetizing monsters? The cat thought for a while. It was no longer conflicted. It muttered, "I don't care anymore, I don't care anymore. That big bird might know me. When it saw me, it wanted to fly away, but it didn't. Humph, I remember now. I must have poked it before." The cat snorted. If he did not poke it, why did it want to fly away when it saw him? Later, it stopped running. It probably felt that its strength had increased, and it did not need to be afraid of this cat anymore. Forget it. It was too lazy to care about it. It did not like to eat bird meat and crow meat. It tasted terrible. Fong Ping saw it snorting. The fat on its neck was trembling. Fong Ping suddenly wanted to pinch it and play with it. After thinking about it, he immediately dismissed this suicidal idea. The cat was too big. It was not easy to pinch. It was also too strong. If he pinched it until it went crazy, even old Zhang might not be able to save him. But then again, this cat was really fat. Fong Ping sighed. What breed was the cat? An orange cat? It's longer than an orange cat's tail. Orange cats were usually short-tailed cats. The cat's tail was not short, but who knew? When it reached the peak, it could change however it wanted. Besides, it was a cat from countless years ago. Who knew what breed it was? Thief, what are you thinking about? Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, the cat suddenly looked alert. It shook the flesh on its neck. You want to poke me? Fong Ping smiled. Why do you say that, brother cat? I didn't mean that. Also, just call me Fong Ping. Bad guy, the cat muttered. Not a good guy. How dare you want to poke me? Ignoring Fong Ping, the cat immediately remembered business and asked impatiently, "Where's my cat food?" "I brought the cat food, but let's talk while we eat. Also, about building a cat palace. I need Brother Cat to tell me your requirements. There's no rush." Fong Ping smiled brightly. "Let's talk slowly and interact more." Since the cat palace was going to be built, it was a chance to interact more. As he said that, Fong Ping suddenly blasted a big hole in the ground. He said, "Brother Cat, bring some water from the Forbidden Sea here. But there are no true kings here, so we can talk directly outside. Let's sit down and talk about what kind of cat palace to fit Brother Cat's taste." As soon as he said that, the cat suddenly conjured a beautiful building that looked like a celestial palace. It said casually, "This one." Fong Ping glanced at it and laughed. Okay. But we still have to talk about it in detail. For example, the standard, the size, the geographical location. Brother Cat, don't be anxious. As the strongest, absolute, venerable cat since the beginning of time, if the place you live in is bad, it will be a disgrace to Brother Cat. If old acquaintances see this, won't it be a joke? So, Brother Cat, be patient. It will happen very soon. Fong Ping doesn't want to delay Brother Cat's fishing time. But I can't fool Brother Cat, right? The cat looked at him, then at the few people beside him. It muttered, "He's up to no good." "There's no such thing. Liar." "Absolutely not. Brother Cat, please don't misunderstand." The cat wanted to poke him to death, but gave up after thinking about it. "Forget it. Let's talk about my cat palace." After guiding some seawater into the hole that Fong Ping blasted, the cat crawled into the big hole. Fong Ping was delighted. This was good. They could talk slowly. Otherwise, it would be hard to talk if the cat stayed in the sea all the time. After the cat entered the hole, Fong Ping and the others also sat down around it. Fong Ping took out a lot of cat food from the storage space. It was not cat food. It was not the kind of rigid, granular stuff. It was all kinds of fresh food, canned food, and other miscellaneous things. It included all kinds of snacks, chocolates, and candy. It was food, as long as it was edible and tasty. He did not know what the cat's taste was. Maybe it would like it if he got more. The others at the side were speechless. This fellow Fong Ping was really something. He had managed to get all sorts of random things. The ash cat was also dazzled by the sight. Were there so many of them? What a weird look. Was this what cat food was like? All cats liked it? That was not all. A barbecue rack suddenly appeared in front of Fong Ping, filled with energy stones. Fong Ping had a lot of barbecue skewers in his hands. He smiled. "Also, to thank Brother Cat for your help earlier, we specially prepared some delicious, fresh, and hot food for you. Let's talk while we eat. Oh, right, I also brought some wine. It tastes good too. Beer, white wine, red wine, rice wine, yellow wine." Fong Ping had no idea how many boxes there were in front of him. The cat was dumbfounded. "Wine. I don't drink wine. But this wine seemed to be different from the ones before." As he spoke, Fong Ping started the grill and called out, "Don't just stand there. You guys come and help me. Let's talk while we eat. Chin Fong Chin, you'll be the cartographer. Later, write down all of Brother Cat's requests, organize them into a book, and draw a picture of the cat palace." Chin Fong Chin quickly smiled and said hurriedly, "No problem." This was a peerless cat, and a rich one at that. He had to serve it well. Chin Fong Chin was also very straightforward. He immediately got a small table from Fong Ping and started laying out the blueprint. He was ready to go all out and show off his skills to the cat. Not to mention, it looked like it was the real deal. The cat looked for a while a little curious. Was it so troublesome to build a cat palace? At this time, a large number of building photos appeared in Fong Ping's hands. There was the Forbidden City, the Bird's Nest, the Science and Technology Museum, the skyscrapers. There was everything. Fong Ping threw the huge book to the cat and smiled. "Brother Cat, these are some modern buildings. You can take a look. What's the difference between them and what you had back then? We can choose based on merit. Fong Ping smiled brightly. I only know one thing. When people have too many choices, they will hesitate and think too much. The cat wanted to leave in a hurry. How could that be? If I show you thousands of buildings, which one will you choose? If you keep looking, then we can look, eat, and talk. The cat was dazzled. Its eyes widened. What is this? What is this? The cat flipped through the book with its paws. The cat was stunned. There were so many. So many. Thinking back to where it had slept for thousands of years, the cat suddenly felt very inferior. I can't tell them that I have been sleeping on barren land for thousands of years, sometimes even in lakes. The cat looked at it while manipulating the snacks, wanting to stuff them into its mouth. Fong Ping said hurriedly, "That's the packaging. You have to remove it." As he said that, Fong Ping helped with the operation with a smile. The cat watched him work curiously. It had probably learned how to do it. It opened a bag of fries and watched for a long time. The fries floated into its mouth. After chewing a few times, the cat looked a little conflicted. It did not taste too good. However, after learning how to operate it, the cat started working on its own again. It got a can of fish and opened it to eat. This bite, it was so delicious. It was quite delicious. The big cat's eyes narrowed. Not bad, not bad. As a cat that had eaten countless good things, it was getting sick of eating monster meat. It was only when it first came out that it ate everything. However, after eating a little more, it started getting sick of it again. Now, although there was no energy in these things, it did not eat for energy. As Fong Ping said, it just wanted to eat for the taste and freshness. Not bad. The cat was quite satisfied. It said happily, 170 bags. Are all these yours? Fong Ping laughed. They are all yours, Brother Cat. If you like them, we can collect more. These things are not worth much, but they are very difficult to collect. Brother Cat, you know that martial artists don't care about these things, so the more common things are, the rarer they are. Aha! The cat nodded. This made sense. Energy stones, monster meat, and the like were indeed everywhere, but the more common things were, the rarer they were. Seeing that it agreed, Fong Ping smiled so widely that his teeth were almost shining. It was very common. He did not say it was precious. If he said it was precious, then he would be treating the cat as a fool. But powerhouses like us can't collect common things. We don't make them. Big Cat, do you know? Wang Jinyang and the others were about to explode. Fong Ping, this bastard, was starting to trick the cat. He might as well get a few buckets of food additives and feed it to the cat. It won't kill it anyway. When the cat opened the can of fish, they smelled an extremely rich aroma. This black-hearted guy, how many things did he add into it? Fong Ping asked while grilling, "Brother Cat, where's Jiao? Has it eaten?" "Jiao? You mean the puppy?" The cat gobbled down the canned food with relish. As it flipped through the book, it replied, "The puppy is learning how to swim, so I threw it into the sea. When it swims back, it can accompany me to go fishing, swim." Fong Ping glanced at the forbidden sea and shuddered. Poor Jiao. Did the cat throw it into the depths of the forbidden sea? There were a lot of monsters in the sea. Could it have been eaten by the monsters? Fong Ping ignored the Jiao. The cat probably would not kill it. If it did, it would have smacked it to death. "Puppy," Fong Ping muttered in his heart, but he did not ask. Was the Jiao related to the big dog that the cat mentioned? "Brother Cat, do you remember these people?" Fong Ping pointed at old Yao and the others, gesturing with his eyes for them to show their divine weapons. Old Yao's spear appeared, Wang Jinyang's blood-red longbow, and Li Hansong's divine armor all appeared. The cat glanced at them. Like an old pedant, its big eyes rolled up. It was still looking at the picture book. All that was missing was a pair of reading glasses. It glanced at them from the corner of its eyes. It seemed to be recalling something. After a while it said, "It's a little familiar." But they said they don't remember. "I think it's Emperor Armor, God of War Bao," God, destroyer. Probably. The cat muttered. With these divine weapons, they should be very strong, right? It's been too long. I don't really remember. When did I see them? With divine weapons, it should be when the emperor was still around, right? Gong Juanzi. I didn't see you guys at that time. I'm not too familiar with you guys. Otherwise, I would have an impression when I just woke up. That little fatty, I only remember one thing. You guys familiar, but I don't remember. The cat muttered to itself. It still had some impression of little fatty, including the guy who came with little sword. It had some impression of him too. However, it only remembered that it had seen these divine weapons before. It was not too familiar with the people. Its casual words stirred waves in everyone's hearts. Not during Gong Juanzi's time, when the emperor was still around. Human emperors had almost never appeared. They only existed in legends, unlike demon emperors who were known to all powerhouses in both realms, who were Old Yao and the others. Fang Ping's heart was full of doubts. He felt a little regretful. If that was the case, Old Yao and the others might not have any corpses left in the battlefield. Did that mean that they could not have the ultimate combat strength in advance? Chapter 853. Delicious. The cat looked very satisfied. It even opened the can of beer and took a sip. Perhaps it was not used to it, though, so it spat it out quickly. It did not like this. If it did not like beer, it would drink something else. It had no love for alcohol, but it was satisfied when it came to drinks. Delicious. The cat's big eyes narrowed into slits. It was the right choice to come out this time. Good food, good drinks, and a beautiful cat palace. This was the life of a cat. This was what a cat should do. As for fighting and becoming an emperor, what did that have to do with it? I'm just a cat. Is there a difference between an Elvis and an empress? The cat was open-minded and easily satisfied. Fang Ping was happy. This cat was easy to deal with. A few snacks were enough to satisfy it. It was a pity that the cat's memory was not very good. It did not care much about anything. As it ate and drank, Fang Ping actually had a lot of questions to ask, but this cat was not very patient sometimes. It would get angry if he asked too many questions. Fang Ping could only choose the important ones. Brother Cat, they used to be very strong. Now they want to regain their previous strength. Is there any good way? The cat pointed at the album with its paws and said, I want this style. Fang Ping was troubled. I'm asking questions. Why are you looking at the album? Also, these albums are just to fool you. Can they really make you into a pair of pants? Fang Ping said perfunctorily, Qin Feng Qing, write it down. Actually, I think you can make it look like Brother Cat. People will know it's Brother Cat's territory at first glance. Huh. The cat's eyes widened. That made sense. People will know it's my home at first glance. This is good, this is good. Make it look like me? The cat's big eyes narrowed again and said happily, they want to become strong. They can't go the same way as you guys. They have to go another way. Fang Ping did not know if the cat was playing dumb or did not remember anything without benefits. At this moment, its logic was clear. It could not hide the smile on its face. They used to be very strong. Now they seem to be recultivating martial arts. There's actually a shortcut. I'm thinking about how to go. The cat was lost in its memories. It thought as it ate. It looked up at the sky and said, right? I think it's going the opposite way. I don't know if it's right. Ask them to go the other way. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. How do we go from the other side? The cat was a little distressed. I don't really remember, but it should be related to the door. Back then, when someone blocked the road, it was actually a door for the road. You could have gone from behind the door, as you might have done if you had gone before. Then we'll start walking from the door. Whatever, let's just walk together. As we walk, we'll use our strength together. Maybe we'll be able to open the door. Fang Ping and the others trembled. A door? Sanjiao Gate. Someone blocking the road to the Great Way is actually a door? Is the door sealed? But how to go? How do I take a detour? How do I go from both sides and break this door? Fong Ping could not hold it in. Just as he was about to ask, the cat said gloomily, "Don't ask, I really don't remember." There were some things that could not be said. If he said it, there would be big trouble. There were some really powerful fellows who might not have really been stabbed to death yet. Besides, if they find out, they'll cause trouble for me. The cat felt wronged, muttering, "You guys can try it yourselves. I've never gone through it. How would I know so much?" It was Big Dog who said it. Big Dog saw it that year. It didn't say it clearly. How would I remember? Besides, I don't have a door. They didn't block my way. Fong Ping was stunned again. What did it mean? Swallowing his saliva, Fong Ping whispered, "What Brother Cat means is that your emperor path is actually not blocked." The cat looked at him strangely. "Yes, why did they block my way?" "Then why didn't you become an emperor?" Fong Ping continued to stare blankly. "Why didn't you become an emperor?" The cat was even more surprised than him. "I want to sleep. Cultivation is so tiring. The more I walk, the more tired I get. After becoming stronger, I still have to fight with others. Even if you don't fight them, they'll still fight you. But if I don't become an emperor, they won't fight me anymore." Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the reason why you didn't cultivate? This was the reason why you were still at the top after so many years? While everyone was fighting to become a monarch realm expert, and everyone was working hard, fighting, killing, and scheming for the sake of attaining the monarch realm, a cat told them that cultivation meant fighting, so they didn't want to cultivate anymore. Go to sleep. If it did not become an emperor, no one would fight with it anymore. It was a leisurely, happy cat life. Fong Ping suddenly did not know what to say. He was suddenly a little envious of the cat. What did this mean? What was the point of fighting and fighting? Everyone wanted to become an emperor. The people in the catacombs wanted it. The people on Earth wanted it too. The demons wanted it. The humans wanted it. The old antiques of the sects all wanted it. Only this cat did not want it. It did not fight, so it lived until now. It did not fight, so it could sleep and enjoy its cat life. Fong Ping could imagine some things. Back then, a group of powerhouses or a powerhouse blocked someone else's path. When he saw this cat was sleeping lazily, sleeping contentedly. That person or that group of powerhouses, when they saw the scene, probably laughed and shook their heads, choosing to ignore this cat in the end. Who would care about a cat that did not fight and only wanted to eat and sleep and eat? It couldn't even be bothered to cultivate. As for how it got into such a state, perhaps it was purely from eating and drinking. Martial arts must fight. This was the neo-martial era, because this was an era where not fighting would lead to death. Not fighting would lead to the extinction of mankind. But what did the extinction of mankind have to do with this cat? The era it lived in might not have had this concept at all. Fight. Don't fight. At this moment, Fong Ping's aura fluctuated a little. Not only Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang and the others also fluctuated a little. Conflict of ideals. A cat that was unwilling to fight met a group of martial artists that must fight. At this moment, there were some differences in ideals. Fong Ping felt this struggle and conflict for the first time. If it was a weakling, then it was nothing. But this was a peak, an old antique peak. Whether it was a human or a demon, when it said this, it would cause a great impact to people. In the crowd, Yao Qingjun took a deep look at the cat, suddenly turned around and left. It was not suitable for him to stay with this cat. If he spent too much time with this cat, it might erase some things in him. He could not accept that. Yao Qingjun did not look back, leaving quickly. Wang Jinyang's expression fluctuated, but he did not say a word. Qin Fengqing mumbled, "Who cares if he fights or not? There's no harm in becoming stronger. If you're not strong, people will kill you. This is the way of the world." The cat did not seem to realize anything, but it still glanced at Yao Qingjun, who was leaving, and muttered, "He's leaving." Strong mentality is sensitive. Even I'm not as generous as this cat. Fong Ping gradually regained his composure. He smiled and said, "Brother Cat, don't bother with him. He's a soldier. Sometimes he's a little stubborn." I'm not bothered. The cat did not care much about this. It resumed its big smile, pointed at the atlas with its paw, and said, I want this place. Bring it to eat. Okay. Fong Ping agreed readily and continued, Brother Cat, you really don't remember how to walk the opposite path. I don't remember. You guys try it. That's not right. The cat suddenly said they can try it. You and this person stop trying. As it said that, it pointed at Qin Fengqing. If you guys haven't done it before, you can't. It's very troublesome. As the cat said that, it glanced at Qin Fengqing again. Suddenly it said strangely, You're in trouble. Qin Fengqing's expression did not change. He was still smiling. Brother Cat, did you see wrongly? I didn't. The cat looked at him and scratched its head with its paw. It said strangely, You seem to have come into contact with someone. It feels like someone familiar. Why did I come into contact with you? The cat fell into deep thought again. Fong Ping, on the other hand, glanced at Qin Fengqing and frowned slightly. Who did this guy come into contact with? F*CK, he never mentioned this. Didn't he know that some old antiques were very cunning? Could it be that the opportunity he mentioned was related to this? Fong Ping said in a low voice, Brother Cat, who did he come into contact with? Is he in danger? Qin Fengqing laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Ping's gaze sharpened. He growled, You shut up. Qin Fengqing was embarrassed. He lowered his head and started drawing, not uttering a word. The cat scratched its ears and cheeks, feeling a little irritated. However, when Fong Ping used his mentality to control the can and sent it to its mouth, the cat swallowed it in one gulp. It was no longer irritated. Its memory seemed to have improved too. It opened its mouth and said, I don't remember who it is. Looking for him to be a fighter? The cat did not quite understand. It guessed casually, I don't know if it's him. Probably something like that. Fong Ping laughed. He's only rank 7. Looking for him to be a fighter, he's not qualified, right? If you feed him, he'll become stronger. The cat said matter-of-factly, He's the same kind of person as Big Dog and Little Sword. I remember Big Dog said that dogs like him should fight heaven and earth and become a dog emperor. Little Sword wasn't like that at first, but after being provoked, he became like that too. He feels that way too. Those who know Big Dog and Little Sword probably think that he can become stronger too. Maybe he's the next big dog. Fong Ping was initially a little gloomy. At this moment, he suddenly felt like laughing. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened. You're the dog, not me. You're the next big dog. No, this fellow is a cat. It's useless to scold him. Li Hansong huffed and puffed, his mouth moving. Big dog Qin. Fong Ping regained his smile. You're saying that someone thinks he'll be the next big dog or unquestionable sword, so they're grooming him? I don't know. I didn't do it. How would I know? The cat was too lazy to say more. It was just a random guess. Don't make me use my brain anymore. It's tiring. But he's a person with his own thoughts. Aren't other people afraid that their efforts will be in vain? The cat was about to fly into a rage again. Fong Ping continued to feed him. The cat calmed down, eating until his mouth was full of fragrance. He said vaguely, maybe there's a way. For example, Little Sword. Many years ago, Little Sword was very good. He fished with me and went sightseeing everywhere. At that time, Little Sword was great. But he got married. The cat was suddenly a little disappointed. Little Sword found someone else and wanted to give birth to Little Sword. Then he ignored me. Then something happened. Someone beat Little Sword's wife to death. Then Little Sword changed. The cat was helpless. He said gloomily, some people are very bad. They knew Little Sword would fly into a rage, so they beat her to death. Little Sword flew into a rage, and then there was chaos. Fong Ping was silent for a moment. He asked again, So Unquestionable Sword triggered the war that year? Was Unquestionable Sword the mastermind behind the war with the Catacombs' 2 kings? I don't know. I was asleep at that time. The cat shook his head. Little Sword came out when I was asleep. But when I wasn't asleep, he didn't appear. I couldn't find him either. He didn't want to fish anymore. He only wanted to stab those bad guys to death. Brother Cat, what you mean is that the person who contacted Qin Fengqing secretly wanted to repeat the scene. After Qin Fengqing became stronger, he did something to provoke him so that he would become the next variable? The cat licked his paws. His paws were too fragrant. He could not hold it in and stole a glance at Fang Ping and the rest. Seeing that they did not care, he continued, "Probably. Some bad guys are very bad. Gong Zhuanzi said that humans have the worst hearts. He doesn't need to control you. You just need to do what he wants to see. That's enough." Having said that, he pointed at Qin Fengqing and said, "This guy is the same as Big Dog and Little Sword. He's very easily provoked. When the time comes, he'll go crazy. Yes, that's it." Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and said in a low voice, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." Qin Fengqing said helplessly, "Fang Ping, there's no such thing. It's really an opportunity, but it's useless to you guys. Stop talking nonsense. When we go back, tell me everything in detail." Fang Ping gave him a deep look and smiled. "Brother Cat, how should we fight back when we meet this kind of antique?" The cat widened his eyes and looked at him. He did not speak for a moment. Fang Ping smiled. "What's wrong? They're true gods." "Are true gods as strong as the emperor?" Fang Ping chuckled. "In our era, the emperor's job is to help us solve our problems. If there's trouble, we can look for the emperor to solve it. Brother Cat, you've seen it too. I was the one who led the battle earlier. The emperor and the other true gods joined the battle in the end. This is the neo-martial era. In this era, we're not afraid of being schemed against. We may be weak, but we're united. Our powerhouses will give back to the weak. Our weak will respect the powerhouses. When we've become stronger, we'll also give back to the weak. This is the passing of the torch." Generations of neo-martial artists limped along, supporting each other. That's how we got to where we are today. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely proud. He laughed loudly and said, 100 years ago, there wasn't a single rank 9 martial artist in Sino Nation. Only Star Town had some rank 9s. As for Sino Nation, there wasn't a single one. 100 years later, Sino Nation's rank 9s emerged endlessly. True gods kept appearing too. In less than 100 years, we have 4 million martial artists. And now this number is still rising. Brother Cat, are you shocked? The ancient martial era, the apotheosized era, the era of sex. Have there ever been such a grand occasion? This is neo-martial era. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, it's no longer difficult. When the sky collapses, the powerhouses will be crushed first. Only the weak will survive until the end. This is neo-martial era. A neo-martial era that was enough to make people fight for their entire lives, even if they bled, even if they sacrificed themselves, even if they could not see any hope. However, the martial artists of this era, even if they could not see any hope, they never stopped. They were all moving forward. No one was in despair. No one was pessimistic. Perhaps there were, but those people were all thrown out by some powerhouses, thrown into the evil sex, thrown into the garbage dump. Therefore, in less than 100 years, there were newly promoted paragon martial kings, Hades King, Moon King, Spear King. The cat's eyes widened as he listened. After a long time, he scratched his ears and said, "Is that so?" "It seems different from before. The pseudo-human emperor is very strong. The one that this whoever meets might not be as strong as the pseudo-human emperor. Then it's simple. When they feed this whoever to peak pseudo-god, you guys can go and stab him to death together. It's best if he doesn't get fed to true God. It's very troublesome. If he gets fed to true God, if he sees your Tao, he might end up like that whoever and be taken away by someone." The cat was a little confused, but Fang Ping understood. He smiled and said, "Are you talking about that Qi Huan Yu?" That's him. The cat did not care about the name. He said, when you walk out of the origin Tao, your Tao is still short, so he might not necessarily look at you. But when you're about to become a true god, he might have a way to peek at you. Maybe he thinks that your Tao is very strong? The cat was not too sure. Then he said with some certainty, maybe so. Big Dog and Small Sword are both very strong. Some bad guys can't walk their own Tao, so they want to walk it again. They're also afraid that if they walk too short, they won't be able to reach the Tao, so they want to find someone with a strong Tao to walk on. As the cat spoke, he looked at Qin Fengqing again. This whoever hasn't walked the Tao yet. That bad guy who's in hiding might let him walk the Tao he wants to walk. Big Dog and Small Sword's Tao are actually similar. They've both walked very, very far away. I don't know if he can do it, but maybe he can. Qin Fengqing grinned. Of course. You have a discerning eye. Brother Cat has a good eye. The cat was dumbfounded. You're really similar to Big Dog. Big Dog can't be like humans too. Qin Fengqing did not react at first. In the next moment, his face darkened. What did he mean? Li Hansong and Fong Ping could not hold back their laughter. Fong Ping asked with a smile, could he be Big Dog's reincarnation? The cat suddenly said with some sadness, no, Big Dog and Small Sword won't reincarnate. They're either stabbed to death or still alive. They'll only live as themselves, not as others. I don't know what happened to Small Sword, but Big Dog definitely won't. He'll only fight until he dies. The cat was a little disappointed, his mood suddenly downcast. Heavenly Dog would not reincarnate. He had been fighting all his life, fighting until the last moment of his life without stopping. He would either become an emperor or die in battle. When he left that year, he said that he wouldn't come back until he became an emperor. He really didn't come back. The cat suddenly burst into big tears. After living for so many years, those who were close to him were all dead. All dead. At this moment, some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. The cat shook his big head and muttered, Don't forget, don't remember. In the next moment, the cat returned to normal. There was only happiness on its face. It was as if the one who cried just now was not this cat. Fong Ping looked at it strangely. This cat did not really have Alzheimer's. It did not have amnesia. It seemed to be forgetting some things. Fong Ping did not know what to say for a moment. Did cats have emotions too? It was forgetting some unhappy and sad things. The cat ate happily again, as if the sadness from before was all an illusion. It did not happen at all. Fong Ping took a deep breath and asked, One last question, Brother Cat. Everyone says that chaos is coming, and everything is for the seed of rebirth. The seed of rebirth has the hope of letting people become emperors. What is the seed of rebirth? The seed of rebirth? The cat said doubtfully, I don't know. I've never heard of it. Not at all. The cat confirmed. He had no impression of it at all. Fong Ping frowned and said, Maybe it's called differently since ancient times. I heard from the emperor that the seed of rebirth may be something to continue the path. Does Brother Cat know? Continue the path? The cat scratched its head and said, Are you talking about the key to the door? Someone installed a door. I don't know if there's a key. Maybe there is, but I don't have a door, so I don't care. Key? Fong Ping frowned and said, If there's a key, what kind of key is it? Also, who is the one who blocked this path? Who has the ability to cut off the future of martial artists in the world? I don't know. The cat seemed to have run out of patience. It said perfunctorily, Who remembers who blocked it? Maybe it's those few very powerful people. Then, are you going to ask why they blocked the path? The cat had an I'm very smart expression and said happily, I know this. Big Dog said that it's because people are afraid that it will become stronger and eat them. Little Sword said that it's because the emperors think that these roads are already roads. If they continue to walk, it's still the original road. They want people to open the road themselves. That old man Gong Zhuanzi said that it's because the emperors are afraid that a few more emperors will steal their positions. Also, Some people said that if the emperors are too strong, they will shatter heaven and earth. So don't let people become emperors anymore. Anyway, they've all said it. I've actually thought about it too. Maybe they're going to sleep and are afraid that people will become too strong and stab them to death. So they block the road first and don't let people become stronger and stab them to death. Fang Ping noted them down one by one, including the old cat's conjecture. Although he thought it was funny, it was rare for this cat to think on its own. He still had to remember it. The last question. No, you said the last question just now. The cat was dissatisfied. You said you won't ask anymore. Definitely the last one. Brother Cat, eat more. The prototype of the cat palace has just been drawn. Fang Ping laughed. Brother Cat, are you still lending out your divine weapon? Does Purple Cat Mountain harbor hostility toward humans? Does Unquestionable Sword harbor hostility toward humans? If he's alive, is he definitely in Purple Cat Mountain? He said that he's an abandoned disciple of Purple Cat Mountain. Why was he abandoned by Purple Cat Mountain? Are there still emperors alive? How did the Forbidden Sea come about? Is there an existence in the sea that can threaten humans? Fang Ping said it was one question, but he threw out dozens of questions at once. The cat's eyes widened as it listened. Was this considered question? Under Fang Ping's expectant gaze, the cat slowly put away all the snacks and hid them somewhere. Fang Ping saw this and instantly understood what it wanted to do. He said hurriedly, "Then help me open the ring first." Fang Ping hurriedly took out the ring. This cat was going to run away. As expected, in the next second, the cat's speed was so fast that Fang Ping could not see it at all. It disappeared with a whoosh. Before it left, a voice left behind. "I've opened it. Don't ask me anymore, it's so annoying." That one with a lot of HP, whose mentality was pulled by someone, doesn't seem to be Xiao Jin. He looks familiar. Xiao Jin's master? I don't remember. You guys called the fake human emperor along. The cat seemed to have noticed something long ago, but it did not want to answer, or perhaps it did not want to remember. After saying a few words, the cat's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fang Ping said quickly, "Then I'll send cat food for Brother Cat next time. Next time I'll get the puppy to take it." The cat was smart for once. Fang Ping said again, "Don't you want to go to Purple Cat Mountain to take a look?" "No, Xiao Jian probably isn't there. Even if he is, I won't go. If he doesn't come to see me, I won't go to see him either." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. This cat was interesting and a little tsundra. Unquestionable Jian did not come to see it, and it did not go to Unquestionable Jian either. It seemed like it was very angry. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. He had gained something. He did not have to be too eager for his first in-death contact. There would be opportunities in the future. Now, however, Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing and said in an unfriendly tone, "Let's go? Go back to Hope City first and tell me the truth. You're very impressive. You've come into contact with ancient figures, but you didn't even let on. Are you afraid that we'll take away your opportunity?" Qin Fengqing was embarrassed and said gloomily, "No, I really didn't meet anyone. It's good stuff, but it's useless to you. You're already in this realm. You won't be interested in it." Fang Ping glanced at him, too lazy to say more. He would interrogate him when he got back. Someone had actually stretched their hands and feet into MCMAU. Fang Ping did not care that he was making a move. Qin Fengqing, this fellow, had been promoted by himself with a lot of resources. Although he was only rank 7 now, wasn't the money he spent still money? Someone actually wanted to steal my peaches. Fang Ping did not care whether the other party was an old antique or not. When he got back, he would ask old Zhang and the rest and confiscate his possessions and exterminate his entire clan. MCMAU was his territory. Sino Nation was old Zhang's territory. If they dared to do anything in our territory, we would break their limbs. Chapter 854. Right now, Fang Ping could not care about anything else. As he flew toward Hope City, he checked the ring that had just been opened by the cat. The moment the ring was opened, Fong Ping's wealth instantly increased by 800 million points. It was worth 8 trillion. Fong Ping did not know whether to be happy or disappointed. Was this all a true king powerhouse had? After all, when he got Feng Yesheng's storage ring, it had added 300 million wealth points to him. Is King Pine, that poor bastard, really that poor? Fong Ping was helpless, but he was still very curious about the things in the storage ring. Soon, Fong Ping used his mentality to explore it. The storage space was not small, at least 50 cubic meters. This was the biggest storage ring Fong Ping had ever seen. Among Ji Yao and the rest storage rings, Ji Yao's storage ring was the biggest, but it was only about 10 cubic meters. Fong Ping did not know about the other true kings. This was the first true king's storage ring he had gotten. The storage ring has 50 cubic meters. According to the previous value, 1 cubic meter is worth 50 billion. This is not considering the difficulty of having a large space. This is already worth 5 trillion. In other words, King Pine's other things were actually worth more than 500 billion. However, Fong Ping was soon surprised. King Pine's storage ring was almost empty. He did not see any energy stones, energy liquids, or life essences. These things were what Fong Ping obtained the most wealth points from each time. This time, however, there was not a single thing. At the true king's level, energy recovery was not a problem. They did not need to use this. The storage ring was not small, but it was empty. It was not completely empty, either. There were some crystal boxes floating in the space. There were not many. Fong Ping counted. There were 8 boxes in total. 8 boxes, worth more than 500 billion. Fong Ping was not disappointed now. The fewer the items, the better. The fewer the items, the higher the value. After all, the Sky Elm's holy fruit was only worth 1 trillion each. If that was the case, the items in these boxes would not be much worse than the holy fruit. It was not just 1 or 2, but a total of 8. What would a true king store? In Fong Ping's opinion, at the true king's level, ordinary treasures would not be interested. For example, he had pitifully few items in the space now. He would not carry anything because he had no use for it. Fong Ping wasted no time. He quickly took out the first crystal box and opened it. Wang Jinyang and the others were still deep in thought when they saw him opening the crystal box. This looks familiar. The moment Fong Ping opened the box, a wave of dense energy seeped out. Before his eyes, a peach-like fruit appeared. He did not recognize the others, but he had been to the palace of 100 Kings and seen their treasure illustrations. After looking at the peach for a while, he suddenly said, "I remember now. I think it's the longevity peach." Longevity peach? Li Hansong asked curiously, "What's it for?" "I feel like there's a lot of energy. It's not very useful. It's not very useful to us." Fong Ping smiled. This is also a holy fruit born by a true king monster plant. It's used to replenish vitality. Actually, it's an enhanced version of life essence. When vitality is greatly damaged, even a rank 9 can recover instantly. Of course, vitality was actually lifespan. However, be it humans or the catacombs powerhouses, they did not really care much about the issue of lifespan. Once one reached the golden body realm, living for 1,000 years wouldn't be a problem. But now there were almost no 1,000-year golden bodies. Humans did not exist. If the catacombs had lived for 1,000 years or a golden body, they might have been beaten to death. As for those below rank 6, before the Sanjo Gate was sealed, there was a limit to their lifespan. They could live for 100 or 200 years, but their life and death, not many people cared. If their cultivation was not up to par, then so be it if they died of old age. Humans did not have this kind of martial artist either, because after a few decades, almost all of them had died in battle. As for the catacombs, no one cared about the life and death of these martial artists below high ranks. Therefore, in this era, although there were powerhouses who pursued an unlimited lifespan, they had not reached this stage yet. The longevity peach's effect of replenishing vitality was not as important as healing injuries. This can be given to Dean Chin and the rest. Fong Ping smiled. This is the most suitable for powerhouses who cultivate infinite Tao. Their vitality depletes quickly. Even if they can use vitality to replenish the loss of vitality now, it's still extremely fast. If this peach is given to them, it's enough to replenish their consumption many times. One bite can probably last for a month. No wonder King Song kept this. Under the situation of energy isolation, even if a true king swallowed this peach, he could recover more than half of his strength. True kings could absorb void energy to replenish their consumption. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. However, once they entered the space battlefield, the energy was actually isolated. The more they fought, the weaker they became. King Song brought this thing with him to prevent this situation from happening. Unfortunately, he did not use it. He was directly hooked to death by the cat. Longevity peach. I hope it's not all this stuff. Fong Ping shook his head. It was not bad, but it was not suitable for him. Soon, Fong Ping continued to open the boxes. 8 boxes. This was only the first one. Pine cones? I think so. King Song really has this thing. Pine cones don't seem to strengthen mentality, but they are helpful for strengthening the body. It's an upgraded version of the golden body fruit. Pine cones again. King Song is a piece of trash. A true king actually brought 3 pine cones. Don't tell me his golden body is not as strong as mine. Fong Ping ridiculed. Weak. He was still using pine cones when he reached the true king realm. This fellow had entered the true king realm at most, when he was at the early stage of rank 8/6 refinement. No wonder he was so weak. The value of pine cones is at most comparable to the maple fruit. Let's say 20 billion for one. 3 of them will be 600 billion. One longevity peach is slightly more expensive. Let's say 500 billion. That's it. This is 1 trillion. Fong Ping was suddenly not angry anymore. This was good news. For boxes were only slightly more than 1 trillion. That meant that the remaining 4 boxes were worth at least 4 trillion and above. If you have the guts, give me 3 more pine cones. Fong Ping continued to ridicule. If you give me 3 more, I'll consider you powerful. That meant that there were 4 boxes. One of them was worth close to 4 trillion. It was a few times more valuable than the holy fruit. Fong Ping opened the 5th box. Suddenly he frowned. After a while, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Holy fruit. Heavenly elms, holy fruit. F***CK. King Song actually has this? Holy fruit. As soon as he said that, the others became interested. Qin Fengqing was about to speak when Fong Ping glared at him and said, "You shut up!" Qin Fengqing was helpless. I haven't even said anything. Old Wang laughed and said, "Heavenly elms, holy fruit. The one that improves mentality?" That's right. Fong Ping laughed. I didn't expect King Song to have it. Looks like he obtained it in the past. This guy kept it for himself. Under normal circumstances, he would give it to his descendants. Fong Ping continued, "This thing's effect is not bad. The weaker your mentality, the better. I've taken 3. If I take more, the effect will be average. My mentality is now more than 8,000 hertz. I'm afraid I can't reach 9,000 hertz. You guys," Fong Ping glanced at Old Wang. After some thought, he said, "Give it to Tai Tu. Tai Tu is now a golden body 2nd refinement. His mentality isn't strong enough. I'm afraid his mentality will be shackled when he reaches 3rd refinement." Wang Jinyang laughed. "You don't have to give it to me. I don't need it now." Li Hansong scratched his head and laughed dryly. I won't stand on ceremony then. The holy fruit was extremely valuable. It was as high as 1 trillion. However, he really needed it now. He did not have mentality as strong as Old Yao. Although his physique was strong, his mentality could not improve. He would definitely stop when he reached rank 8 third refinement. Now, only by improving his mentality could he quickly advance to 4th refinement or even 5th refinement. Fang Ping did not say much. He continued looking. The 6th box. Fang Ping was surprised again. There seemed to be a crystal door in the box. Fang Ping looked at it for a while. Suddenly, a crystal door appeared in his hand. King Pine's crystal door. According to Tsang Mao, this was King Pine's Tao of origin. The aura was very similar. This is King Pine's descendant's Tao of origin? A rank 9's Tao of origin? Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. Li Hansong quickly regained his composure. He said solemnly, "How ruthless! This fellow killed his descendant, didn't he?" Using a method similar to Tsang Mao's, stripping away his descendant's Tao of origin. He wants to walk on a second path? A rank 9's Tao of origin could still be spied on. Old Wu had spied on the Rose City Lord before. Of course, that was after she died. With the true king's ability, there was still some hope of killing a descendant and seizing the other party's Tao of origin. This fellow's death is not to be regretted. I'm afraid it's his descendant. No wonder I've never heard of him having a strong descendant. Even the true king residence doesn't have any descendants. I'm a little curious now. What special method does Life King have to spy on others? And he's still alive. This point, Fang Ping could do it. Tsang Mao's divine, peeking mirror, seemed to be able to do it too. However, now that it was broken, he did not know if it would work. How did Life King do it? Without thinking further, Fang Ping glanced at the miniature version of the crystal door. He shook his head and said, "It's only useful for peak rank 8 martial artists as a reference. It can help people understand themselves and walk on their own path. King Pine is useless. He probably wants to walk on his own path first. Has this fellow walked 2,000 meters? He can't wait to kill his descendant and seize the other party's path." This thing was a one-time use. Fang Ping was too lazy to use it. He could look at it whenever he wanted. However, the others did not have this ability. It was indeed a great help to peak rank 8 powerhouses. Fang Ping kept it, looking at it again in MCMAU. Only Lu Polu had hope of using it now. However, even though Lu Polu had improved rapidly until now, he was only at rank 8 third refinement. He was still a long way from peak. Qin Yaoting might be able to use it. Fang Ping thought of Qin Yaoting, the former number 1 rank 7 powerhouse. After achieving rank 8, he improved rapidly. Now he seemed to be at rank 8 4th refinement. It had not been that long. Perhaps it would not be long before he could achieve rank 8 6th refinement. He had stayed at peak rank 7 for many years. His mentality was very strong. It was not something that people like Fang Ping and Li Hansong, who advanced rapidly, could compare to. A rough estimate was that his mentality was probably no less than 5,000 hertz. Lu Polu was about the same. However, because old Lu was stuck at the stage of honing his skull, his mentality did not grow as fast as Qin Yaoting. This was probably the only advantage that these older martial artists had now. They had been stuck at a rank for many years. Due to the lack of resources, they could not advance quickly. Now that they had sufficient resources, their advancement speed was very fast. 1 trillion. The crystal door isn't worth much. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly. 6 boxes were only worth this much. Were the remaining 2 worth more than 3 trillion? When he opened the 7th box, a powerful wave of energy rose instantly. An energy cloud appeared in the void. What is this? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked at a human-shaped object in the box. Was it a ginseng fruit? He was stunned. Old Wang and the others were also stunned. Ginseng fruit. This thing that looked like a doll. It was not too much to call it a ginseng fruit, right? Li Hansong said hurriedly, "You don't know?" I've never seen it before. How would I know? Fong Ping was speechless. At this time, a wave of mentality suddenly fluctuated and spread rapidly. The cat's voice rang in his ears. Ah, what a familiar smell. It was also attracted by this wave of energy. Fong Ping was speechless. Did these top powerhouses all have this kind of hobby? The cat was not eavesdropping, was it? The cat really did not have this kind of hobby. It was too tired. It had no choice but to release its mentality. At this moment, the cat was a little anxious. Can you give it to me? This is delicious. After eating it, I'll sleep. I'll sleep very comfortably. Fong Ping said hurriedly, What is this? What's its use? This is a cat fruit. The cat's words almost made Fong Ping vomit blood. Don't tease me. This cat was very interested in food. It's really a cat fruit. I planted it before. Too bad the cat tree ran away. When I was asleep, it ran away. How annoying. Yes, the cat tree is not dead yet. This is what it grew. Humph! I'll catch it sooner or later. How dare it run away? I don't even have a cat fruit to eat when I wake up. The cat was angry again. This was really planted by it. It was specially planted to grow fruits to eat. In the end, it fell asleep and the other party ran away. It used to have a lot of good things and was too lazy to look for them. However, it was poor now. It had not eaten cat fruits for a long time and wanted to eat them now. Look, isn't the fruit it grew a small cat? It's not a human. After the cat said that, Fong Ping and the others looked at it hurriedly. Sure enough, it looked like a human at first glance, but now it really looked like a cat. A chubby cat. Cat tree. Fong Ping's expression suddenly became a little strange. He murmured, Guardian of the royal court, I heard that there's a monster plant that became a true king. No, it's a veteran true king powerhouse. It has disappeared for a long time. It's said that 1,000 years ago, before Tianyu, it was the guardian of the sky plant royal court. Cat fruit. Cat tree. Could it be the same tree? It had disappeared for a long time. 1,000 years ago, when Tianyu came, it disappeared. Fong Ping did not know if it was the same tree. As for where the Pine King's cat fruit came from, Fong Ping was also not sure. Maybe it had really appeared again. Or was it left behind in the past? The cat did not care about this. In the void, a big cat's virtual image appeared, saying pitifully, Give it to me. I really haven't eaten it for a long time. Can eating it increase my mentality? It can't. The cat's projection shook its head. It can't increase mentality, and it can't strengthen the flesh. Fong Ping was speechless. No way. Wouldn't that be useless? The cat fruit is used to stabilize the origin space. When I fall asleep, I play in the origin space. Sometimes, when the space is about to collapse, I eat the cat fruit. When I wake up, it's fine. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He coughed dryly. If that's the case, it can actually help with the recovery of origin path injuries? I think so. Is the origin space the origin path? No. The cat explained, It's the dark house in front of your origin path. Fong Ping understood. Stepping into rank 9. The dark void outside the path. So this was the origin space. The cat actually liked to play in here. Thief, can you stop asking me questions? The cat said bitterly, Give me the cat fruit. I want to eat it. Brother Cat. Fong Ping said with a solemn expression, This belongs to Brother Cat in the first place. It's only right that I give it to you. But Brother Cat also knows that in the previous battle, many human powerhouses suffered serious damage to their origin paths. They are still unconscious. If this cat fruit can save them, then whether it's the Emperor or the Netherworld Lord, including us, we will remember Brother Cat's kindness. Brother Cat is for eating. We need it to save lives. If Brother Cat is willing, I will give Brother Cat some cat food next time. The cat was a little regretful. It muttered, Is that so? All right then, since the cat tree is still alive. Actually, I can eat it sooner or later. How annoying. It's still alive and doesn't continue to bear fruit. When I'm done training the puppy, I'll let the puppy catch it. The cat said this again and again, kicking the task to Jiao. It did not want to find it. It was too troublesome. Fang Ping, however, was tempted. Brother Cat, if we encounter this tree next time, is there any way to deal with it? The cat said happily, There is. Do you want to catch it for me? It's most afraid of the big dog. The big dog often wants it to bear fruit to eat. As long as you mention the big dog, it will be scared to death. Just mentioning it will make it tremble. You can conjure the big dog's appearance. It will be even more scared. As he said that, an incomparably huge golden dog appeared in the void. It was a real big dog. Fang Ping and the rest looked at it and suddenly felt their hearts stop. This was not a dog. This was obviously an emperor. The huge golden dog raised its head slightly, staring at the sky. Even if it was just a phantom, it gave off an extremely domineering feeling, as if it would break through the sky and break the sky in the next moment. The emperor of dogs. No, the emperor of demons. In the blink of an eye, the phantom disappeared. The cat said, This is it. Scare the cat tree to death and let it sneak away. But the opponent is a true god. It's okay. This is the flaw of its origin path. It's afraid of the big dog. It's so afraid that when it walks on the origin path, it almost collapsed a few times when it saw the big dog. That tree was afraid of the skyhound to the core. It was so afraid that even if it walked on the origin path, it could not be erased, leaving a clear flaw. Of course, this matter was probably only known by the cat and the skyhound. Fang Ping's gaze was a little strange. I actually inadvertently discovered the flaw of an antique, true king monster plant. This was a super big secret. If it was used well, it might be able to easily kill a true king monster plant. However, this was the cat's tree. Whether it was killed or not would depend on it. If he told old Zhang, he might still be able to get it back. Since the cat was here, Fang Ping quickly opened the last box. If it was something that he did not recognize, perhaps the cat would. As soon as the box was opened, the cat indeed recognized it. Looking at the black and swarthy stone in the box, he said quickly, This is the heaven-breaking stone. In the past, when our fish hooks were broken, we used this to repair them. Some big fish are too strong. When they pull the hook and break it, we need to repair it. Fang Ping was tempted. This is used to forge a divine weapon? It can be used to forge a divine weapon like the fishing rod? It can't be. The fishing rod is. I forgot how to forge it. This can only be used to repair fish hooks. However, if you smear a little on the blade, it will be very sharp. It can stab a true god. Fang Ping was instantly tempted. It could hurt the peak? Damn, this treasure. Too bad it was too small. Fang Ping weighed it. Was it half a catty? This could only be smeared on the blade. No, perhaps it could be used to forge a dagger. No, I want to forge it into a needle. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. If this thing was forged into a needle and placed in the house of gold, it might be of great use. Out of the 8 treasures, this was the only one that was useful to him. As for the others, Fang Ping felt that the cat fruit might be the most valuable. However, this heaven-breaking stone might not be cheap either. These 2 items looked like they were worth 3. For trillion, they were not ordinary treasures. Seeing that Fang Ping had no intention of giving it the cat fruit, the cat felt a little regretful. It said no more, and the projection shattered in the blink of an eye. After its projection shattered, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. The cat is easy to talk to. It deserves to live for so long. It was the one who killed King Pine. The cat tree belonged to it. In the end, when Fang Ping took the fruit, it begged Fang Ping to give it to it pitifully. Fang Ping did not give it to it. It did not even have the intention to snatch it away. It just left. Just for this, when Fang Ping's strength increased in the future, could he ignore the cat in danger? Wang Jinyang also sighed. It's quite interesting and cute. although it doesn't fit its identity as a peak. However, it could live until now. Maybe this is also its way of life. A peak heaven cat that might have lived the longest and was still active in front of people did not die in a few big battles. This was probably not purely due to luck and strength. It said that its divine weapon had been borrowed by many people. Did the people who borrowed its divine weapon not care about their relationship at all? If the cat was willing to borrow it, those who were qualified to borrow from it must at least have the strength of a titled true god, right? When these people were alive, they were probably protecting this cat. It was the same now. Old Zhang borrowed its divine weapon. How could he not remember the favor? Fong Ping chuckled. This cat really knows how to invest. This is the real case of great wisdom appearing stupid. It has invested in a few of the most outstanding talents of this era. Yes, they can continue to live. Li Hansong glanced at him. Were you talking about old Zhang or yourself? I keep feeling like you're talking about yourself. Fong Ping laughed heartily. That's right. I'm talking about myself. What's wrong? Can't I? Wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll surpass old Zhang and beat him up. The harvest this time was not bad. Not only did he have more than 800 million wealth points, he also got some good stuff. Let's go and collect the spoils, then go back to cultivate. This time, I want to take advantage of old Zhang's absence and lead the way. Fong Ping laughed. Combat techniques, weapons, cultivation, strength control. If he did all these well, his combat strength would increase greatly. When that time came, he could also become an invincible rank 9 for fun. Billions of wealth points were waiting for him to collect. It was better to get them into his pocket as soon as possible. P.S. The plot is over. The Magic City battle has come to an end. Brothers, don't talk about it anymore. There must be some foreshadowing from one plot to the next. These few chapters are actually foreshadowing and explaining the background. Chapter 855. Coming out of Hope City. Fong Ping took a look at his wealth again. He was indescribably satisfied. Wealth, 820 billion points vitality, 121,000 calories, 126,800 calories mentality, 7,125 hertz, 8,099 hertz, destruction power, 63 yuan, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 point/minute plus origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million point/time, getting rich in one battle. Fong Ping's heart was filled with endless emotions. This was still his wealth. There were also 5 mineral veins, all in one piece. Fong Ping did not ask for anything this time. He had gained a lot from the Magic City catacombs, but to save time he did not care so much and only asked for 5 mineral veins. There were about 100 tons of rank, 9 energy stones, 200,000 caddies. The value was exactly the same as his share, worth 60 trillion. Cultivation room. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to ask Qin Fengqing, nor was he in a hurry to discuss other things with old Wang and the rest. At this time, Fong Ping finally had the mood to sort out his gains and martial arts path after obtaining his wealth. 100 tons of rank, 9 energy stones, True King Origin Path Crystal Door, rank, 9 Origin Path Crystal Door, Cat Fruit Heaven Shattering Stone. This was Fong Ping's current wealth. He had given the other holy fruits and whatnot to others. The holy fruit was given to Li Hansong. Fong Ping gave the 3 pine cones that enhanced his physique to Yao Qingjun. As for the vitality peaches, he gave them to Qin Zhenhua and the rest. A rank 9 Chongdao, a pair of rank 9 combat boots, a set of rank 8 divine armor. This was Fong Ping's weapon. 2 peerless, unique skills. This was combat techniques. Fong Ping suddenly realized that he really did not lack anything now. Combat techniques, weapons, resources. I have everything. The only thing I lack is experience. This is my only shackle now. It might not be easy to achieve Golden Body 8th refinement to 9th refinement. There might be other restrictions. At rank 9, one could actually forge a Golden Body, but it was very difficult. Old Zhang advanced from peak 7th refinement. At rank 9, he forged his Golden Body to peak 8th refinement before the peak. That was why Old Zhang's foundation was extremely strong, unlike the average True King. However, Old Zhang was still unable to reach the 9th refinement, and this was most likely not an issue with his spiritual power. I'm not in a hurry to reach the 9th refinement. I've only just reached the 8th refinement, so I can try to comprehend my own Tao. However, the stronger the foundation, the easier it will be to comprehend. Fang Ping did not panic at all when it came to Origin Tao. Over at Hope City, for Catacombs rank, 9 powerhouses were still imprisoned. Among them, there were 3 Origin Tao experts that he could observe. Let's take a look at the battle technique first. Let's see if it's of any help to me. Very quickly, 2 crystal books appeared in Fang Ping's hands. After reading for a while, Fang Ping set his eyes on the void-piercing technique. Li Zhen's book was read first. He felt that Old Zhang had left behind 2 absolute arts, and Li Zhen's was probably just for him to read. As for Old Zhang himself, it might be of some help to Fang Ping. Otherwise, there was no need for Zhang Tao to leave this for him. Void-piercing sword technique. I've heard a lot about you. Fang Ping chuckled. He had indeed heard of this lost art a long time ago, and it was indeed very powerful. Powerhouses like Li Changxing and Li Daong, who had learned sword techniques, were all murderous and extremely powerful when they fought. Fang Ping calmed himself down. A paragon powerhouse could selflessly provide the lost art to everyone, especially when this paragon was still alive. Other than the few paragons of the neo-martial arts era, no other era's paragon powerhouses could do this. Top paragons like Zhang Tao and Li Zhen could give their lost arts to others. This was something that the Catacombs' True King could not do. Such a heavy, murderous aura. When Fang Ping started reading the lost art, his consciousness entered an empty space in the next moment. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping felt his consciousness being cut apart. Murderous aura, sword aura. In the empty space, sword aura was crisscrossing, extremely swift and fierce. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about how to learn the lost art, a phantom appeared in the next moment. Sword aura soar. Commander Li. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Then, realization dawned on him. This was a paragon's lost art. It was actually considered a mentality space. It was normal for a paragon to leave a projection of his consciousness in it. When martial arts powerhouses fight and kill, their overall strength depends on whether their foundation is solid, whether their experience is sufficient, whether their outburst is strong enough, whether their willpower is strong enough. The so-called difference in realms only provides a foundation. Experience lies in combat. Willpower lies in oneself. Only the strength of outburst lies in the lost art and the control of power. Combat techniques are a kind of recombination of energy. There are millions of martial artists. Everyone has a combat technique that is most compatible with them. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. My combat techniques are the most suitable for me. Perhaps I might not be able to unleash my full strength, but the void-piercing swordsmanship is the combat technique that can unleash my strength the most out of the millions of recombination methods that I've tried over the years. In the empty space, Li Zhen's voice was deafening. Fang Ping did not speak. He knew that this was only a remnant of Li Zhen's mentality. It was not a clone and did not possess self-awareness. At this moment, Fang Ping began to listen attentively. The strength of martial arts powerhouses depended on what Li Zhen said. Combat techniques were very important, but they were just SOSO. It depended on whether one could find the one that was most compatible with oneself in the process of recombination of countless types of energy. My path is not the path of the sword. It's the path of killing. Li Zhen's voice grew louder, his voice solemn. Stopping killing by killing is my path. Killing to achieve eternal peace. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result. The core of the void-piercing swordsmanship is to kill. The energy combination may not be suitable for everyone, but the sword must be used to kill the enemy. This is the power of willpower. Not only the sword, you can use sabers, spears, fists. What is void-piercing? Void-piercing is not void-piercing, but breaking the enemy's golden body's weak points. The sword breaks the void, cuts the golden body, and destroys the spirit. That is void-piercing. Martial arts powerhouses with a rank 8 golden body are known to be immortal. But why are there 9 refinements of the golden body? The human body is mysterious, and it is humanity's greatest treasure. The deeper the golden body is forged, the fewer the weak points. The lower the forging, the more the weak points. The eyes, throat, heart, genitals, Bai Hui, are they all invincible golden bodies immortal? Li Zhen, who usually did not speak much, was now in class. Fang Ping did not know if Li Zhen came to class specifically for him, or if all the ultimate arts were like this. At this time, however, Fang Ping still listened attentively. It was worth paying attention to a top powerhouse telling him these things. A golden body powerhouse was a manifestation of a martial artist's physical strength being developed to the extreme. At this stage, it was difficult for a martial artist to die. However, since the golden body was divided into 9 refinements, naturally there was a reason for them. Although a first refinement golden body powerhouse also had a golden body, the golden body was not dense enough, and there were gaps that were almost invisible to ordinary people. At this moment, the powerhouse's golden body collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because it was broken by energy breaking the golden body's defense. According to Li Zhen, a true golden body powerhouse was invincible. I have a golden body. No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful your attack, you can't break my golden body's defense. With a golden body, your energy can't break it, can't invade inside. Even if you can't beat others, others can't kill you. This is a true golden body powerhouse. This is true immortality. However, this kind of existence only existed in theory. Since ancient times, no one had achieved this step. During the ancient martial era, the first-generation martial artists created the cultivation system, and the golden body was the limit. At that time, there was no such thing as the origin path. Beginner martial artists were all developing their bodies, developing their own potential. Li Zhen was clearly explaining combat techniques, but he changed the topic and talked about the legendary ancient martial era. At that time, the first-generation martial artists were still exploring. They did not know about the origin path and were all developing their bodies. The golden body forging was also the most common during that period. The origin path may not be the right path. The origin path is about borrowing power. Where does the borrowed power come from? Some people say that the source of the origin path borrowing power still comes from oneself, a kind of eruption of one's own potential. Unfortunately, we can't detect the source of this power. That's why we can only borrow power and not truly control the origin path. The first-generation martial artists persisted in developing themselves. Did they find the source of power and control this power? Did they really transform the origin path into their own use? Li Zhen was still talking. Fang Ping said helplessly, "Commander Li, stop babbling. Just talk about combat techniques and how to reorganize power." "Shut up." Fang Ping was stunned. "You are alive?" Li Zhen was still expressionless, but he continued. "Zhang Tao asked me to say these words. He guessed that you would interrupt. Now shut up." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was this a program? Enough, all of you. Continue listening. Li Zhen's will projection did not look at Fang Ping. He continued to talk from the development of the body to the changes in the origin path. It seemed like he was not just teaching combat techniques, but also helping Fang Ping sort out his martial arts. Fang Ping understood now. Perhaps old Zhang's ultimate technique was the same. Both of them knew Fang Ping's flaws and were now helping him sort out his entire martial arts system. Li Zhen talked for a long time before he began to teach his origin path's ultimate technique officially. The void-piercing swordsmanship's energy recombination method. Fang Ping listened for a while and suddenly frowned. Ultimate technique. In the past, he was still wondering why ultimate techniques could enhance one's body. Now, he suddenly understood. Ultimate techniques could also borrow power. A martial artist's own energy was limited. The outburst was also limited. However, after the ultimate technique recombined energy, it could actually cause external energy to resonate, breaking the martial artist's own limits. Fang Ping was suddenly a little interested. According to Li Zhen, if the power you mastered was compatible with the energy of heaven and earth, when you slashed with your sword, the original 100,000 calories vitality destructive power might cause the nearby energy to resonate and join in to kill the enemy, causing the outburst to be even more powerful. This was an ultimate technique. Not only did it allow one to unleash their strongest power, but it could also attract some external energy to join in and make one stronger. Why were ultimate techniques related to origin path? This was also the reason. The ultimate technique was not only compatible with external energy, but also with one's origin path. The way it recombined energy could possibly cause the martial artist's origin path to resonate. Once the enemy mastered it and analyzed the ultimate technique's energy recombination method, they could possibly use the same recombination method during battle to induce the martial artist's origin path to lose control. I see. At this moment, Fang Ping really understood why martial artists cared so much about their own ultimate techniques. Especially origin path powerhouses, they really cared too much about their own ultimate techniques. They cared so much that they were in the catacombs that they almost did not teach it to their children. When the enemy was familiar with your energy recombination method and simulated it, it could actually cause the powerhouse's origin path to lose control. This was something Fang Ping did not expect. Moreover, if your energy recombination method was compatible with your origin path, then the enemy could also analyze the direction of your origin path. Everyone's origin path source was different. There were countless types of energy. In the origin space, it was actually possible to explore origin path through different origin paths' energy and trigger a resonance. What do you mean? When he heard Li Zhen's words, Fang Ping suddenly realized something. How to walk on someone else's origin path. Mastering the other party's ultimate technique and knowing their energy recombination method. When one's consciousness entered the origin space, one could actually discover that origin path through the guidance and resonance of this energy. Fang Ping was shocked. If that's the case, origin path is actually not just a personal product. It exists in everyone's consciousness. When I master a person's ultimate technique and know their energy recombination method, then I can enter their origin path in the origin space. In an instant, Fang Ping sorted out a lot of things. How to walk on someone else's path. How to observe someone else's path. There was actually a way without relying on the system. Could it be that the system observes someone else's path like this? Actually, by simulating the other party's energy recombination method, then entering the other party's origin path? Fang Ping suddenly understood the system's principle. At this moment, Li Zhen also began to teach him the energy recombination method. It was very complicated. It was so complicated that Fang Ping finally understood why it was necessary to impart the ultimate technique in this way. In the consciousness space, martial artists could speak more clearly and demonstrate more clearly. Li Zhen divided his vitality energy into close to 300,000 portions. This was his basic strength. His basic vitality was as high as 300,000 cal. This was something Fang Ping did not expect. According to old Zhang, If Li Zhen walked on 2 paths now, the increment would probably be 1. 7 times. If that was the case, after the origin path's increment, Li Zhen's vitality strength had reached 800,000 cal? Or was it the absolute peak of 800,000 cal? Old Zhang had mentioned the titled true gods before. When the absolute peak of vitality reached 1 million cal, one would probably have the ability of a titled true god. If that was the case, Li Zhen was actually not too far away from 1 million cal. According to Old Zhang, after the Life King's increment, it was only above 800,000 cal. It seemed to be less than 900,000 cal. Doesn't this mean that Li Zhen's ability is actually similar to the Life King's? Li Zhen is not as strong as the Life King, right? Or could it be that Old Zhang underestimated the Life King, and Commander Li actually did not reach the point of 1? 7 times? Many thoughts surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. After the absolute peak of the increment, the weakest absolute peak had the absolute peak vitality strength of 400,000 cal. People like Li Zhen were much stronger than the weakest absolute peak. After the absolute peak, the stronger the foundation, the higher the increment, and the more obvious the increase in ability. Li Zhen's basic vitality is as high as 300,000 cal. Is it because of the high level of golden body forging? Fang Ping thought to himself, not delaying him from watching Li Zhen's demonstration. 300,000 vitality units were recombined. Fang Ping could not imagine how many possibilities there were to recombine 300,000 units. There were countless possibilities, but he could not calculate them all, according to the arrangement and combination. Even if only 10 different units were recombined without order, there would be millions of possibilities, and the combination of 11 units, according to the factorial method, would be tens of millions of possibilities. 300,000 vitality units were recombined. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. How many possibilities were there? He could not calculate them all. Previously, when Li Zhen said that he had tried millions of arrangements, Fang Ping thought he was bragging. Now he was not bragging. Fang Ping even thought that it was too little. There were so many methods, but Li Zhen had only tried millions of energy combinations. The void-piercing swordsmanship might not be the combat technique that suited him the best. Is this how powerhouses create their own ultimate arts? This is not talent, this is hard work. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Finding the most suitable one among the countless possibilities was not even as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. If he wanted to create his own ultimate art, would he not have to try countless times? He might not be able to find the most suitable one in his lifetime. No wonder every powerhouse values their own ultimate art so much. So that's how it is. Moreover, the stronger one is, the harder it is to find the most suitable one. 1,000 cal vitality, if the degree of disassembly is not high and it is split into 10 parts, it will be much easier to find. Fang Ping also realized that Li Zhen might not be able to disassemble his strength into 300,000 parts in reality. However, in the willpower space, he could do it. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly laughed. I can probably disassemble it into 3 cal per unit, 100,000 parts, but not to the extent of 1 cal per unit. Li Zhen was very prideful. He purposely made it seem like he had disassembled it into 300,000 parts. But Fang Ping realized that most of them were composed of 3 cal vitality as a whole unit. Still, 3 cal was very strong. At Li Zhen's level, to be able to disassemble it to this extent to strength control was definitely not lower than 70%. As for Li Zhen, it had not been many years since he advanced to the absolute peak, and he was still growing stronger. With a vitality strength of 810,000 calories, 70% control, he could unleash a vitality strength of about 570,000 calories, which was equivalent to more than 1 million cal under the absolute peak. If the ultimate art had an amplification, then it would be even stronger. With this conversion, Fang Ping realized that if Li Zhen fought a rank 9, he could probably kill one with one punch. Qi Huanyu might not be an exception. Li Zhen was still reassembling his strength. To demonstrate to Fang Ping, he reassembled it very slowly. Fang Ping watched carefully. Only martial artists had sharp ears and eyes, strong mentality, and strong memory. Otherwise, he would not be able to tell who was who just by looking at these hundreds of thousands of strength units. In this case, there was no need to talk about the strength combination. The final result of every vitality unit's recombination is different. If the combination is wrong, it might even cause the collapse of one's own strength. That's why combat techniques are divided into strong and weak. For me, once I use the void-piercing swordsmanship, there will be an increase of about 5% on the original strength. As for ordinary martial artists, if they don't have their own ultimate art and learn from others, they can unleash 70% of their own strength. This means that the compatibility is already extremely high. Fang Ping listened with great interest in the willpower space. He also watched with great interest. He even began to try to combine his own strength. Learn from Li Zhen. Even if the powerhouse's strength combination was not compatible with martial artists, he could still learn something from it. Fang Ping tried to follow Li Zhen's method. His vitality was not as strong as Li Zhen's, a little more than 120,000 calories. The current Fang Ping could only disassemble it into 5 calories units, a little more than 20,000 vitality units. According to Li Zhen's combination method, Fang Ping performed the recombination with a ratio of 5:1. Li Zhen disassembled it into about 100,000 units. Fang Ping only needed to reduce his vitality units by 5 times and then recombine them. Energy recombination was very difficult. An ultimate art could not be learned just by watching it once. Fang Ping kept learning in the willpower space, but his strength kept collapsing. He still needed to try to change some of the arrangements to make it more suitable for him. Fang Ping felt that he did not learn for long. Outside, Macmao, Li Hansong came out of closed-door cultivation again. He lamented, "It's been half a month. This guy has been in closed-door cultivation for the longest time, right?" "A whole half a month." Fang Ping was immersed in the pleasure of energy recombination and could not extricate himself. He also began to try to recombine his strength. The countless arrangements made Fang Ping a little addicted. The ultimate art seemed to have opened a window for Fang Ping. For the first time, he did not think about anything and was immersed in cultivation. The powerhouses were in closed-door cultivation. The Fang Ping in the past might not know why they were in closed-door cultivation for so long. Some people in closed-door cultivation would take decades, or even centuries. If Fang Ping came out of closed-door cultivation at this time, he would probably understand. Wang Jinyang had returned to Nanjiang and rushed over again. He nodded when he heard that. "It's indeed long. This guy has no intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation at all. If this goes on, he won't be in closed-door cultivation until the big war, right?" They looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was surprised by Fang Ping's speed in closed-door cultivation and coming out of closed-door cultivation. Now that he was immersed in it for half a month, everyone felt that it would be troublesome if he did not come out soon. "Do we need to call him out?" Li Hansong was hesitant. For people like them, long-term, closed-door cultivation was not a good thing. It was necessary to tidy up the martial arts path and sort it out appropriately. However, it was not long before the all-out war. Fang Ping had not come out of closed-door cultivation. Everyone was worried that he would really sink into it and could not extricate himself before the end of the month. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "If he still hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation by the end of the month, then think of a way to get him out. When he comes out this time, I think his strength will improve greatly. We all have to work hard." Fang Ping's talent was not bad. Even if he had unlimited resources, To be able to cultivate to this stage in a short time was also a sign of talent and intelligence. If he immersed himself in it for so long, the gains would not be small. It's almost the new year. Li Hansong suddenly said, a little emotional. He then smiled and said, even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, he probably won't do anything before the new year. It seems like we haven't been home for a long time. Let's all go back for the new year. Fang Ping's coming out of closed-door cultivation would probably be at the end of the year. This year, they did not seem to have relaxed for more than a few days. Fang Ping probably would not go out at this time. It's almost the new year? Wang Jinyang was also a little absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time last year, Fang Ping was almost killed by the evil sect martial artists. At that time, he only had rank 5 strength. In the blink of an eye, he had rank 9 combat strength. We'll talk about it when he comes out. Is Qin Fengqing still around? Yes. He's still preparing recently. It seems like he's going on a long journey. He won't say anything even when we asked. I don't know how he came into contact with the other party. Let's ask Fang Ping when he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Wang Jinyang heard that and smiled. He nodded and said nothing. Qin Fengqing ignored them. However, if Fang Ping asked, that guy would probably tell him. Everyone was still curious about how he came into contact with that old antique. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang suddenly looked at a figure outside the cultivation room. He raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Chun Yunqi is almost at rank 7, right? Soon. Li Hansong nodded and chuckled. How's that child bride of yours now? Wang Jinyang's face darkened instantly. He glared at him. Don't think that you're so great just because you have the divine armor now. If you piss me off, I'll still hammer you to death. As the two of them talked and laughed, in the next moment, a wave of energy suddenly dispersed. The cultivation room suddenly trembled. A loud laugh was heard. Fang Ping had come out of closed-door cultivation. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 856. Dean Li, do you dare to fight me? The moment Fang Ping exited closed-door cultivation, a loud roar reverberated through the clouds. In the next moment, Li Changxing rose into the air and chuckled. You've become arrogant. Ha ha ha. Today, I want to take the first place in rank 8. Teacher, the catacombs or the sea. It's on the sea. Old man Li was straightforward. Motherf asterisk her. This brat actually challenged him as soon as he came out of seclusion. On the other side, Fang Ping was grinning from ear to ear. His initial goals had been surpassed one by one, yet old man Li was still standing strong, persevering until now. Now he was still occupying the first place in rank 8, refusing to budge. If he gave him a good beating, the first place would be his, right? Thinking about him, Fang Ping, ever since he ascended to the top as a rank 3, when was he not first and invincible? Now that the old man was occupying the first place, what was the meaning of this? The smell of gunpowder was thick between the two of them. In the next second, the two of them broke through the air and headed straight for the Southern District's ocean. This was the first time Fang Ping challenged Li Changxing, an invincible powerhouse of the same rank, in 3 years. Everyone was saying that Li Changxing was invincible among his peers. No one said that Fang Ping was invincible among those of the same rank. Even if he appeared to be invincible, no one said that this fellow had too many messy tricks up his sleeves and was impure. The two of them were extremely fast, heading straight for the sea. At the same time, within the school, silhouettes emerged one after another. All of MCMAU's high-rank powerhouses had come out. Wu Quishan had already left. Li Changxing was MCMAU's #1 powerhouse. Even if Guo Shengquan and the other two had stepped into the origin path, they were still far from his level. As for Fang Ping, he had also defeated the origin path in the previous battle in the catacombs. Between Fang Ping and Guo Xingqiuan's group, Everyone had a rough idea of who was stronger. Now, after Wu Quishen's departure, MCMAU's two strongest powerhouses were about to fight to determine the first and second rank 8. Everyone was overflowing with interest. Between the two of them, who was truly invincible among his peers? Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Lu Pulu, these people were all extremely fast. Many of them had looks of anticipation on their faces. They wanted to get rid of Li Changsheng. It was a disgrace for a person to be surpassed. It would be much better if there were only two of them. When everyone at the same level had been surpassed, and there was still a mutant that had not been surpassed, it was not good. Old Man Li was an anomaly. He was considered a late bloomer. Everyone had seen Fang Ping's rapid advancement, but very few people were surprised by Li Changsheng. It was as if they thought it was only natural. However, he had forgotten that when the Nanjiang catacombs opened, Li Changsheng was only a rank 6. Today, killing a rank 9 was like slaughtering a dog. He had killed more rank 9s than Fang Ping, but no one seemed to care about this. Come to think of it, Li Changsheng was the real monster. At the age of 60, he burst out with a second spring, surpassing all his peers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it was not just the high-ranked powerhouses. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in the sky. There were powerhouses in the flight stance. A large number of them were middle-ranked powerhouses. Let's go and watch the battle. At the front of the crowd, Zhang Yu shouted excitedly, "Let's go watch the battle." MCMU's own people were fighting for first and second place. They were the most powerful group of people in this era. This was MCMAU's glory. No matter who won or lost, it was the same. In the crowd, Fang Yuan was swaying. She watched the others fly extremely fast while she was slow. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. Sister Yunqi, pull me, pull me. She was rank 4. During the days when Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation, she had finished the martial arts university championship. Although she was abused dozens of times, she had finally broken through in the end. During the finals, she had completed the state of collective fist force, built 2 heavens and earth, and stepped into rank 4. However, she had just entered rank 4. At this moment, Fang Yuan had used the flight stance several times and almost fell. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Big Brother had come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he challenged the longevity sword that killed rank 9s like dogs. She also wanted to watch the battle, but with her speed, it would probably be over by flying there. The most important thing was the sea. She would probably fall into the sea when she was halfway there. In front, Chun Yunqi could not help but laugh. With a wave of her hand, she grabbed Fang Yuan and soared into the sky. At the Mentality-Vitality Unity realm, her speed was not much slower than the average rank 7. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people flew toward the depths of the sea. In an instant, the entire Magic City heard the news and moved. MCMAU is going to war again. At this moment, MCMAU was indeed discussing it. The word again was said very naturally, as if they were used to it. Nowadays, ordinary people also knew about the existence of the catacombs. They also knew that martial artists were fighting in the foreign land, risking their lives. However, among them, MCMAU was the most eye-catching. They had fought frequently. Just this year alone, they knew that MCMAU had a few large-scale battles. The Battle of Sky Gate, the last Magic City battle, this time the Fixed Catacombs battle. MCMAU often sent thousands of people to battle. Very soon, news came. Someone used the flight stance and shouted, "Devil King Fang Ping is fighting longevity, sword Li Changsheng for the first place in rank 8. Big news! Golden Body powerhouses are fighting. Everyone, MCMAU instructors and students are going to watch the battle. Go quickly. A top-notch Golden Body duel is too rare. Hurry!" In the city, some powerhouses shouted one after another. They were calling friends. These were not ordinary powerhouses. Both of them had leapfrogged ranks and defeated rank 9 powerhouses when they were rank 8. This kind of battle between invincible powerhouses of the same rank, and also in the form of a duel, was more worthy of everyone watching and learning. Moreover, the so-called invincible in the same rank, naturally there could only be one person at a time. Now, Fang Ping and Li Changxing were both known to be invincible in the same rank. So, who was the real invincible? Everyone was interested. They also wanted to know whether the older generation powerhouse Li Changxing was stronger or the new generation powerhouse Fang Ping was stronger. In the blink of an eye in Magic City, there were also many middle-ranked martial artists who used the flight stance. Some low-ranked martial artists watched with envy. Ordinary people were even more envious. This was a true immortal. This was only the middle ranks. It was said that those high-ranked martial artists could destroy heaven and earth. On earth, they were still somewhat restrained. In the catacombs, they had destroyed countless giant cities and even broken space. This was unimaginable to ordinary people. What was the concept of space? They did not know. They only knew that martial arts powerhouses could break the void. This was a myth. In the sky above the city, someone carried a camera and could not wait, shouting, "Hurry, hurry!" any later, and we won't be able to film it. Lu Dali, who had not seen him for a long time, called his companions to hurry and film. A battle between rank 8 golden body powerhouses. In the past, he had filmed it before. However, he did not know much at that time. He was foolish and daring, secretly filming for a while across a mountain. At that time, most people did not know what rank 8 meant. Now everyone understood. Rank 8 golden body, immortal and indestructible. Fang Ping and Li Changsheng were also the top-notch kind. It was said that they had killed countless strong enemies in the catacombs. Of course, such a battle between top-notch powerhouses had to be filmed. One by one, martial artists rushed to the sea. Middle-ranked martial artists were not fast. Flight stance was slow too. When they were still moving, Fang Ping and Old Man Li had already flight stance hundreds of miles away from Magic City. On the boundless sea, Fang Ping chuckled. "Instructor, although you are old, you are still my elder. However, martial arts must fight. Invincible in the same rank. I will definitely get it. A toad is yawning." Old Man Li stood in the air. His long hair fluttered, his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly. "Fang Ping, if you can defeat this old man, then you are really something. But do you have the ability?" "Of course I do." Fang Ping laughed heartily. "Instructor and I are both at rank 8th level. Instructor is walking the path of unification. Theoretically, this is not a fair fight. However, I can recover my imperishable substance. If I use it to fight, then it is fair. I won't bully you, Instructor. Although I have repaired the Golden House, I will not use it to bully you." Old Man Li sneered. "You can try. This old man will pierce it with a sword. Let's see how arrogant you can be." "Pierce it with a sword?" Fang Ping sighed. "Then, won't my 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance be wasted?" The corner of Old Man Li's mouth twitched. "How much? 100,000 yuan? Asterisk her. This kid's words made people feel hopeless. How much imperishable substance did a rank 8 martial artist have? This kid did not waste so much in the past. Opposite him, Fang Ping smiled brightly. Rich and willful. It was only 100,000 yuan, only 1 billion points. What was this? If Old Man Li could break it with a sword, then he was good. "Don't worry, Instructor. I won't use the Golden House to bully you." "Humph." Old Man Li snorted softly, pretending to be calm. "So what if it's the Golden House? Even if you use it, so what? You are not my opponent in close combat. It was just trapping the enemy." "So what if he was trapped?" This old man was invincible in close combat. Fang Ping laughed. He cracked his neck, took a deep breath, and said, "Instructor, Do you have a combat armor? If you don't blame me for not reminding you when you embarrass yourself later. I have one. I won't beat you until you run around naked. Old man Li's eyebrows twitched, cursing in his heart. Where did he get a combat armor? Would it really turn out like this later? This kid's tone indicated that he was going to fight him to the end. He was full of confidence. As the two of them spoke, a large group of powerhouses arrived from behind. Lu Fengru shouted from afar, "Why do you two have so much nonsense to say? We are here. Hurry up and start." The two of them were dawdling. Were they not waiting for someone to come? Now that they were here, why not start? Fong Ping smiled and said, "Instructor, there is no hurry. My spar with Instructor Li belongs to the pinnacle battle below the pinnacle of humanity. It is necessary for everyone to watch. As MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, this is also my duty." Everyone was speechless. What a big tone. This kid Fong Ping's tone had changed after half a month of closed-door cultivation. It seemed like he had gained a lot this time. As they spoke, some rank 6 martial artists who were faster had also arrived. "Do we need to clear the area?" Lu Polu asked with a smile. Fong Ping smiled and said there's no need. Clearing the area was when powerhouses could not control the overflow of the residual force. As for him, that could definitely be done. It was a spar with Old Man Li. Moreover, there were so many powerhouses watching. A little residual force could be blocked. There were more and more people. Old Man Li's long hair fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back, looking very dashing. Fong Ping was also holding his saber with both hands. His combat boots were shiny. He was full of energy. Both of them had not made a move yet. Their auras were drawn. The sea was turbulent, wave after wave. Some middle-ranked martial artists who had just arrived were almost all rank 6. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn. So strong! Next to Fong Ping and Old Man Li, black cracks appeared. On Earth, the Earth space was not as stable as the catacombs. However, that would require a 100,000 calories vitality outburst. This meant that both of them were actually already in a battle of auras. The area between them had also been hit, creating streaks of black cracks. Among the crowd, Gua Shengquan sighed suddenly. "Strong. We are inferior." Purely from the clash of auras, he had dealt a 100,000 calories vitality damage. Even if he had entered Origin Path, his vitality was currently at 120,000 calories. One stage out of Origin Path, the increase was close to 0. 1 times. His theoretical outburst strength was more than 130,000 calories. However, that was only in theory. A rank 9 powerhouse's control was generally only 70%. In other words, even on Earth, if he did not wear a divine weapon, he could not actually create a space rift. If he used a divine weapon, there was still hope. A long time ago, when Li Chongqing killed the Yang family's Yang He with a sword, he had slashed a space rift. This was the longevity sword. Gua Shengquan lamented. Elvision also said with a look of agreement, "That's why I've decided I'll still do research. I won't fight with these martial artists." After coming out from the bounded zone this time, he had been dealt a heavy blow. Previously, when he participated in the battle, he was just a bystander and he was almost killed. Now, these two fellows' auras were overflowing, and he actually felt like he could not stand it. "I'm a rank 9 after all. This is too sad. Who will win?" At this time, Li Hansong also looked interested. Fong Ping had arranged a battle with Old Man Li as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. He was full of confidence, and it seemed like he had a chance of winning. Wang Jinyang pondered, saying, "Fong Ping probably has some confidence, but I think it's uncertain." Instructor Li's vitality is more than 120,000 calories, according to 240,000 calories. With enhancement of the ultimate technique, at least 5%, that would be more than 250,000. Also, if Instructor Lee uses the longevity sword, his combat strength will be even stronger, at least 260,000 calories. As for his strength control, I see that Instructor Lee has been familiarizing himself with his strength recently. I'm afraid it won't be low, at least 70%. No matter how you calculate it, his strongest outburst will not be lower than 180,000 calories. The battle between Fong Ping and Instructor Lee, it's uncertain. Li Hansong chuckled. It's hard to say. Don't forget Instructor Lee's title, One Sword Hero. This is not a battle of life and death. In a battle of life and death, Instructor Lee's sword would either kill or cripple the opponent. However, this is a battle to learn from each other. Can he really kill Fong Ping with one sword? If he doesn't kill Fong Ping with one sword, haha, that'll be fun. Wang Jinyang sneered. Fong Ping might not recover. You already said it's a battle. If he really does that, even if he wins, it'll be hard to believe. That's true. As he said that, Li Hansong suddenly sighed. He can already fight with Instructor Lee. He's improving too fast. Old Wang, we've really been left behind. About the reversal of the origin path, do you think it's reliable? We'll talk about it when the time comes. As the two of them spoke, a thunderous roar sounded in front of them. The waves were monstrous. Bang! Fong Ping and Old Man Li exchanged blows. In the instant they exchanged blows, both of them did not use divine weapons or ultimate techniques. It was just a simple exchange of punches and kicks. Fong Ping wielded his saber with one hand. His right hand pierced through space directly, as if he had teleported. His palm slapped onto Old Man Li's fist. Old Man Li was also calm and relaxed. His footsteps cracked the void, and a punch blasted out. Cracks appeared near his fist and palm. Just this? Old Man Li shook his head. This isn't enough. Instructor, why are you in such a hurry? I'm just trying my hand. Fong Ping chuckled and kicked sideways. Old Man Li did not seem to mind, blocking with his arm. Rumble. Another thunderous sound was heard. The golden bodies collided. The bodies of the two top-notch golden body powerhouses were incomparably tough. The moment they collided, cracks cut both of them again. Black space cracks appeared again and again where the two of them exchanged blows. Fong Ping was still fine, but Old Man Li's clothes were cut off in the blink of an eye. From the robe earlier, it had become the short robe now. Fong Ping chuckled. Instructor, it's better if you wear the short robe. The long robe is a hindrance. You talk too much nonsense. Old Man Li let out a humph. With a low growl, he suddenly punched and kicked at the same time. He fought close to Fong Ping, his speed as fast as lightning. The longevity sword was not just for a swordsman. If I make a move, everything can be a sword. Without a sword in hand, the sword aura still soared to the sky. In the sky, a white cloud was obliterated by the sword aura in the blink of an eye. Rain fell. Before it could fall, it disappeared completely, evaporated by vitality. Both of them exchanged blows. The aftermath was not too strong. The waves beneath their feet rose and fell, but there was no tsunami. The aftermath was not strong. Compared to the fight with the evil sect powerhouses last time, they did not seem to be serious. However, the onlookers looked solemn. Both of them did not use any external objects. Right now, they were only fighting with their physiques. They were using basic fist techniques and basic leg techniques. The aftermath was not strong, but both of them were almost engulfed by the black space cracks. The space cracks were extremely destructive. Of course, different places had different destructive powers. Earth's side was slightly weaker. Even so, if a normal rank 9 was touched, their limbs would be cut into pieces. However, for these two people, their golden bodies were being cut with a crunching sound. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, only streaks of blood were left. Rank 8 refinements. Many of them were shocked and sighed. Was this rank 8 refinements, an existence with vitality exceeding 120,000 calories? Many rank 9 if they did not go too far on the origin path and did not continue to hone their physiques. They might not even have 120,000 calories vitality. The weaker rank 9 only had 100,000 calories. In reality, both of their vitality were already close to 130,000 calories. Right now, both of them were exchanging punches and kicks. It seemed easy, but in reality, almost every move had a destruction degree of about 150,000 calories. Fang Ping did not absorb energy. Old Man Li was like a black hole. In the surrounding waters, countless energy swarmed toward him and began to be absorbed by him. It was extremely fast, just as both of them were exchanging blows. Very soon, a figure appeared high in the sky, a few thousand meters away from them. The next moment, a few more figures appeared. The newcomers saw Wu Chuan in front of them. Someone laughed and said, "Guardian Wu, how do you feel?" Wu Chuan turned his head and took a look. He humphed. "Why are you here?" The newcomer grinned and said, "Can't I come? I'm here to see the strength of these two shameless people." Just in time to confirm the accuracy of the ranking. The few people who came later were rank 8s and rank 9s. The one who spoke was a rank 9 powerhouse. He was all smiles, very happy. However, Wu Chuan said scornfully, "Can you tell? A weak rank 9 who has just entered rank 9 can casually blow you up. Can you tell the difference in strength?" The old man's expression was dark. He snorted. Wu Chuan's expression was even darker than his. He sneered and said, "I'm the 5th rank 9. Others aside, Wu Quishan is my opponent. Lin Xiaomin, a weak rank 9 like you has quite the guts." The old man was a man. When he heard Wu Quishan calling his name directly, he said, "Unhappily, call me president." "Get lost." Wu Chuan cursed. "I insist on calling you by your name. Are you unhappy?" Beside him, Vice President Liu looked calm. "Rank 9's matters will be settled by rank 9's. I finally don't have to care about it anymore. The president has broken through to rank 9. Now the president is in charge of the origin ranking. I only need to care about the other rankings. The president is asking for a beating. This is Magic City. Don't be arrogant." On MCMEU's side, there were a lot of rank 9s and origin path. The two fellows who were fighting, even if they were on the origin ranking, were probably above level 5 origin path. The president was a level 1 origin path. He should keep a low profile. Obviously, President Lin did not have this awareness. Ever since he broke through to rank 9, he was full of confidence. "I'm going to rank you Wu Quishan 5th. What can you do? I'm not afraid of you." Ignoring Wu Quishan, the old man took a step forward and looked into the distance. When he saw the black cracks appearing, the two figures could only see golden afterimages. He could not help but change his expression. "This is rank 8 refinements." Wu Chuan looked at him disdainfully. "What do you think? Rank 8 refinements is 2 refinements higher than a normal rank 8. Actually, you can see them as a level 2 origin martial artist. Moreover, both of them are prodigies. They have many tricks up their sleeves. One is myriad Dao unification. The other uses destruction matter to fight. Can you treat them as normal level 2 origin path?" President Lin nodded slightly. He said, "They're still testing the waters, right? Guardian Wu, who do you think will win?" "It depends, but I think Li Changxing is in danger. It can't be that bad, right? Void-piercing sword art. Swordsmanship powerhouses are all about the heart to kill. Changxing has no killing intent. He doesn't dare to fight to the death. This way, his combat strength will be reduced by 30%. Martial artists don't dare to press forward. In this aspect, he will lose." Wu Chuan shook his head. Li Chongqing could not summon any killing intent against the other party. Without killing intent, his longevity sword's combat strength would be greatly reduced. Fang Ping, this kid, could be considered an all-rounder martial artist. He could spar, he could also fight. He could deal with different opponents in different ways. Right now, this kid was neither arrogant nor rash. It seemed like Li Chongqing had a slight advantage. However, even if Fang Ping did not recover quickly, in a situation where it was not a fight to the death, Li Chongqing might not be able to defeat him. President Lin murmured, "Are they really going to change the rankings? If he surpasses Li Chongqing now, then next time." As he said that, he glanced at Wu Chuan. "Next time, it's going to be you." Wu Chuan did not bat an eyelid, but he secretly gritted his teeth. "What are you looking at me for? This kid is a rank 9. I'm at the top, the dignified guardian of the South, one of the 7 leaders of the 3 departments and 4 residences. I can't afford to lose this base. Out of the 7 leaders, the other 6 were all at the top." Thinking about it, he still shot a glance at President Lin, humphed, and said, "You're here just for the ranking?" Bullsh *T. Both of them fought all of a sudden. How could President Lin and his entourage come from Capital City so quickly? President Lin chuckled and said, "It's not just for the ranking. There's something else." "Something else?" Wu Chuan seemed to have thought of something. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand. These 2 fellows are suitable, but forget it. Let's see what they think." He said no more and continued to watch the battle. His gaze became more and more peculiar. Damn it, did these 2 fellows have no bottom line? They were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, above the surface of the sea, the cracks had already begun to expand. These 2 bastards seemed to have the intention of creating a space battlefield on Earth. Could it be that they were going to enter the space battlefield to fight? There was a space battlefield in the catacombs that was not cut by the cracks. Earth actually had one too. No one knew how this thing appeared. When a battle reached a certain stage, it would automatically appear. When fighting on the battlefield, it would not be affected by the cracks. However, in the catacombs, creating a space battlefield was the exclusive property of the top. On Earth, a typical 5th or 6th stage origin could not do it, right? It's more than 150,000 calories. Wu Chuan exhaled softly, unleashing the strongest explosive force of 150,000 calories was an existence that could tear space in the catacombs. This kind of origin was also the kind of top in the catacombs. And now, both of them had done it. This was also a symbolic division. Moreover, this was not the limit of both of them. Li Chongqing could understand. Fang Ping, this brat had previously created a crack in the catacombs with all his might. Now he looked like he was doing it with ease. Did he still have energy left? President Lin's expression was solemn, but he was cursing in his heart. What was the use of my rank 9? Initially, he thought that he would not be threatened by these fellows anymore. But now, these 2 fellows could probably kill him easily. Damn it, that brat Fang Ping had threatened him many times. Now that he had come knocking on his door, he would not beat him up, would he? Chapter 857. Teacher, are you done playing? On the surface of the sea, Fang Ping was incomparably domineering. His Changdao had long disappeared. His hands tore through space as if he had teleported, appearing in front of Old Man Li in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fists and hammered down. Behind him, the cracks cut the rank 8 golden armor, and the golden armor began to crack. Old Man Li swept his leg and snorted. What a waste! Was this brat using an 8th grade divine armor as a fig leaf? If this went on a few more times, his divine armor would be cut into pieces. It was only on Earth. If they did this to the catacombs, they would have been sliced into pieces long ago. Fang Ping laughed. It's a waste, but I can't be as shameless as my teacher. Old Man Li gritted his teeth. You've angered me. Bastard, you broke my clothes. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red glow erupted from Old Man Li's body. His vitality soared to the sky. At this moment, the eyes of many of the spectating cultivators turned red. Tears flowed from their eyes as they were stung by the pain. Seeing this, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. The old man was still the strongest. Under the eruption, he could feel a sharp aura locking onto him, as if it could strike him at any time. Fang Ping was alarmed, but he smiled and said, "Not enough! Since I can't use it here, why don't I go in and try?" Through the rift, Fang Ping could already see what looked like a black battlefield. The space battlefield had appeared. It was fine if the two of them didn't go in. They could fight freely. However, once he completely let loose, he would not be able to control himself. The surrounding cultivators would probably be in trouble. All right. Old Man Li agreed without hesitation. He struck the void with his bare hands, and a huge crack appeared. Without another word, he stepped into the crack. Seeing that, Fang Ping let out a loud laugh and entered instantly. The two of them entered the crack, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the scene, many people were stunned. Where is he? Many people didn't know about the space battlefield, so when they saw the two of them disappear, they were dumbfounded. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared. The two figures seemed to appear in another void. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. It was these two fellows who tore open the crack themselves to let others watch the battle. Otherwise, if they hid inside and fought, others probably wouldn't be able to watch the battle. In the crack of the void, on the black battlefield, the two of them moved so fast that it was impossible to tell who was who. However, Old Man Li used Vitality Force, which was mostly blood-red. Fang Ping used Destruction Force, which was mostly gold. They could only see two flashes of light, and a faint rumbling sound rang in everyone's ears. Outside, Guo Shengquan saw that many people were confused. He thought for a moment and said, "This is a space battlefield, exclusive to top-notch experts. When an expert's destructive power exceeds the limits of the world, a space battlefield will appear, and they will enter another void to fight. Spatial battlefield, another void." Many people were shocked to the extreme. He even created another space. Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and whispered, "Principal Guo, can you explain the situation to us? We don't really understand it." Everyone came to watch the battle. One reason was to watch the show, and the other was that they really hoped to gain something. But at this time, the level of the two had exceeded everyone's understanding. When Guo Shengquan heard that, he smiled and said, "Principal Fang and Dean Li are still fighting barehanded, using basic combat techniques as the foundation. There's no amplification from Origin Dao, no amplification from ultimate arts and divine weapons. Right now, these two are relying purely on the foundation of their physiques to tear apart the space. They are both top-notch rank 8 powerhouses. Right now, the destructive power of a single move is as high as 150 calories and above." Everyone was stunned again. In the crowd, Fang Yuan, who had rushed over with Qin Yunqi, was dumbfounded. 150 calories? Explosive power of a single move? What kind of concept was that? Her vitality was just slightly over 1,000 calories now, and one punch was 150 square meters. "Sister Yunqi, is my brother that strong now?" Chen Yunqi smiled and nodded. She said, "Your brother is a real top-notch powerhouse now. Although he and instructor Li are both on the rank 8 ranking, if their real strength enters the rank 9 ranking, they can at least enter the top 20. Both of them had the strength of at least rank 5 origin and above. It was still possible for them to enter the top 20. Other than the 17 paragons in Sino Nation, there were not many rank 9 people who could defeat them. Fang Yuan was stunned. Was he that strong? His brother had really become the overlord of the martial arts world. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. Guo Shengquan began to explain. In the space battlefield, Fong Ping and Old Man, they were not interested in looking at the pitch-black space. They could not see anything. It was just like a cage battlefield. Once both of them entered the battlefield, they gave it their all in an instant. Without using divine weapons and ultimate arts, both of their physical strength had been unleashed to the extreme. Close to 40 yuan, Old Man Li suddenly shouted, his eyes bursting with sharp sword light. You've really gained a lot, kid. It's similar to the void-piercing swordsmanship. Your strength control has reached close to 70%. Fong Ping laughed. 70%? Not yet, almost. My destructive power is as high as 63 yuan. If it's 70%, it should reach 44 yuan and above. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat Instructor. Although it was only a difference of a few yuan, it was a difference of tens of thousands of cal. Old Man Li snorted softly. Dream on. Do you really think I'm scared? I'll beat you up first, kid. Void piercing. Old Man Li growled. He did not draw his sword, but his palm was like a sword, slashing toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping raised his fist and punched. Boom! Crack! Old Man Li's palm was incomparably sharp, cutting Fong Ping's right fist in an instant, leaving a huge scar. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. A rank, 8/8 refinement golden body could not block the old man's palm sword. The palm sword just now probably had more than 180,000 calories of destructive power. That's it. Fong Ping had just finished speaking when Old Man Li's laughter rang in his ear. That's it. Crack! Old Man Li's figure was like a ghost, appearing above Fong Ping's head in the blink of an eye, slamming his palm down. Fong Ping tilted his head, evading Bai Hui. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The palm sword hit Fong Ping until he saw stars. Fong Ping took the opportunity to hang upside down, flipped, and kicked backward, the tip of his foot jabbing into Old Man Li's palm. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. Old Man Li swung his palm, tossing out a smear of blood. He laughed. Your reflexes aren't slow. Of course. Fong Ping shook his head. I've participated in so many battles, after all. How can I be so weak? Kid, I don't have your ability to shield energy in the space battlefield. I don't have enough energy reserves. I'm going to go all out now. Old Man Li was getting anxious after failing to take him down a few times. In a war of attrition, the chances of him being killed were as high as 99%. He could not afford to waste time. After a few times, he had unleashed his full strength. Although he was absorbing energy as he fought after entering the space battlefield, there was no more energy left to absorb. If he unleashed his strength like this a few more times, he would run out of energy and fight with his body. When that happened, there was a high chance that he would be beaten up by Fong Ping. Then I'll go all out. Fong Ping laughed loudly. A Chongdao appeared in his hand. As soon as the Chongdao appeared, the old man opposite him also had a long sword appear instantly. With a long sword in hand, Old Man Li's aura changed completely. It was incomparably fierce. Kill! The old man's murderous aura flared up instantly. He slashed with his sword. Before the sword reached him, a clear cut appeared on Fong Ping's forehead. All right. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. The old man had actually unleashed his murderous intent. He was going to fight with his life. I'll beat you to death. Crack! This was Fong Ping's shout. With a roar, the saber glow illuminated the entire space battlefield. You can do it, so can I. You're showing off in front of an expert. Old Man Li sneered. Before Fong Ping's Chongdao landed, Old Man Li's silhouette flickered suddenly, and the long sword had already landed. Pooh! Creak! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Fong Ping's skull was sliced open directly. A sword mark almost split him into two halves. Fong Ping's saber had also landed on Old Man Li's left shoulder. The saber cut into the bone, and the sound of golden bone cracking could be heard. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Fang Ping's skull that had been sliced open recovered instantly. He scolded, "Old man, are you going to kill me?" "Cut the crap. Aren't you the same? You won't die." Old man, Li said, then said, "Give me a few thousand yuan of imperishable substance first. I'll fight while I recover." "Aye, what you? Hurry up, or I won't fight any more." "You, hurry up." Old man, Li was very arrogant. "Hurry up and give me, or I won't fight with you any more. Your injury recovers so quickly. How am I supposed to fight?" Fang Ping gritted his teeth, but he tossed out a ball of imperishable substance. Old man Li swallowed it instantly, and the injury on his right shoulder healed in the blink of an eye. Only then did he laugh. "You can't do it. Remember, the enemy isn't a dead person. I can't beat you, but can I just avoid it?" As he said that, he closed in again. The long sword appeared and disappeared like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Fang Ping's defense, and the sword pierced Fang Ping's throat. Pooh! Pierced. Old man Li's sword pierced through Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping's throat gurgled and blood gushed out. However, it shot out like a sharp arrow, shooting toward Old man Li in an instant. Insignificant skill. You think. Old man Li was very arrogant. He thought that Fang Ping was going to use this to fight back. Just as he said that, his vision suddenly went black. Fang Ping's blood instantly turned into a huge screen. It did not attack him. Instead, it blocked his line of sight and diverted his attention. At this moment, Fang Ping's left hand grabbed the long sword that had pierced through his throat. His right hand held the saber, and as fast as lightning, he slashed at Old man Li's right arm that was holding the sword. The fast Old man Li was still preparing to receive his blood arrow. Rumble. Flesh and blood splattered. Old man Li pulled the sword out and retreated. At this moment, the upper half of his right arm was completely devoid of flesh and blood. A clear saber mark was left on his bones. "Brat, you've learned to play dirty." Old man Li laughed. "Not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't manage to chop off my right arm. Looks like you're still not good enough." Fang Ping touched his throat and humphed. "I see that you're old. I'm just afraid that you'll look bad if you lose your arm. That's all you've got." Old man Li laughed. His expression turned serious in an instant. "Heart. Hum." The sound of a sword's hum shook the void. Fang Ping's eardrums suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt dizzy and his mentality was affected. A piercing pain in his heart told him that Old man Li was really piercing his heart. "You can't pierce through my flesh." Fang Ping roared. His Chang Dao pierced through the air and slashed at his right arm again. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Old man Li's sword pierced his heart, but his expression changed. He cursed loudly. "Mother of cur, you bastard. Rumble." Crack. The bones of his right arm were sliced in half. As for Fang Ping, there was a hole in his chest, but his heart could not be seen. The next moment, Fang Ping's body swayed. His heart suddenly moved from the right side of his chest to the left, returning to its original position. Fang Ping said scornfully, "Do you think I'm that stupid?" At his level, his control over his flesh was too high. His heart felt pressure, so he moved it immediately. The old man must be stupid. Although he was a rank 8 powerhouse and his heart had turned into a golden body, if it was really broken, the energy would still leak out and the pain would be unbearable. This was the opportunity for the opponent to kill you. However, Fang Ping only allowed the long sword to pierce his chest. It did not hurt any vital parts. Instead, it was only a small injury. However, when he slashed with his saber, Old man Li's right arm was really fractured. The golden bone was almost completely broken. Ah! As the two of them fought outside, Fan Yuan waited for them to stop and suddenly screamed. In the blink of an eye, Old man Li had chopped off Fang Ping's skull, pierced through his throat, and pierced through his chest. For a middle-ranked martial artist, such injuries would definitely kill him. It was Fang Yuan's first time seeing such a scene. He did not see it clearly before, but when the two of them stopped and saw it clearly, he could not help but scream. The old man wanted to kill Big Bro. This was too ruthless. The others knew more or less. They also knew that a rank 8 powerhouse would not die so easily. However, at this moment, their hearts stopped, and they felt like they could not breathe. Soon, someone exhaled and said, "So fast, so strong. Vice-Chancellor Fong is no match for Dean Li." Fong Ping's defeat was too obvious. His skull, throat, and heart were all pierced through. The disadvantage was obvious. However, among the crowd, a few rank 9 powerhouses gathered at this moment looked solemn. Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Chongqing is going to suffer a setback." Fong Ping looked like he was seriously injured, but his bones were not hurt. It was just a flesh wound. Fong Ping continuously slashed at Old Man Li's right arm, but he had really chopped off the golden bone of his right arm. Li Chongqing held the sword in his right hand. Although at his level, he did not need to hold the sword in his hand, but this was the difference between powerhouses. Fong Ping used a flesh wound in exchange for chopping off the golden bone of his right arm. If this went on, Li Chongqing's first place among rank 8 might really be a little uncertain. Guo Shenquan also said with a strange expression, "Vice-Chancellor Fong's closed-door cultivation this time has really gained a lot. Not only is his strength control close to 70%, but I see that his current battle seems to be more orderly than before. Advancing step by step, constantly weakening Dean Li's advantage. At the cost of injuries, he chopped off his golden bone. This is not luck. In the past, when Fong Ping fought, there was only one word, reckless. Anyway, he did not lack energy. He was not afraid of injuries, as long as he could not kill him. He would just force himself on you. However, this time, when Fong Ping fought, advancing step by step, it seemed like he did not recover much. The number of times he used his recovery ability had decreased, and he was still paying more attention to strategy during the battle. Li Chongqing seemed to have not adapted to Fong Ping's new fighting style, unexpectedly falling into his trap for a while. The few of them looked at each other, a little surprised. If this went on, Li Chongqing might really be dragged to death by this kid. It was not that his recovery was dragging, but Li Chongqing's injuries were slightly more serious than Fong Ping's. Even if both sides were at the same level and had similar combat strength, in the end, based on injuries, Old Man Li would probably lose, unable to outlast Fong Ping. Wu Chuan suddenly cursed under his breath. "You're so young. Why are you learning combat experience, combat tactics? Just continue to be reckless. You're not reckless anymore. You're starting to learn from us old guys. It's very stressful." Before this, everyone still had an advantage in front of Fong Ping. No matter how high your rank is, how much strength do you control? When you fight, do you have any order to speak of, other than recovering yourself and dragging others to death? What else do you know? That sense of superiority, although envious and jealous of Fong Ping's recovery ability, we also have an advantage, the advantage of age. You young people won't understand. But now we're done for. This bastard is starting to walk the path of a proper martial artist. If this goes on, the next time we meet, we will really be hung up and beaten by this kid. At the side, President Lin chuckled, looking at Wu Chuan again. 8-stage origin. Basic vitality, 150,000 calories, 0. 8 times increase, 80% strength control, 5% divine weapon. Antique art, combat strength at full power, peak outburst close to 220,000 calories, vitality strength. Guardian Wu, a powerhouse ranked 5th in the origin realm. If it was before, even if Fong Ping's outburst was stronger than yours, he might not be your opponent. But now, ha ha ha. If Fong Ping went on like this, he would not lack combat experience. He would also have a method to fight. At the same level of outburst, if his physique was stronger than Wu Chuan's, when that time came, he would probably beat Wu Chuan up. And this, it seemed like it was not far away, right? Now, Fong Ping's peak outburst seemed to be close to 200,000 calories vitality strength. Wu Chuan humphed. Combat strength only depends on this? Did I get these few decades of combat experience for nothing? What a joke. No matter how many times Fong Ping entered the catacombs, how many times had he fought? Did he know what prediction was? When you slash, I already knew and dodged. Do you think you can hit me? No matter how strong an outburst is, what's the use? Just as they were talking, in the next second, in the space battlefield, Fong Ping suddenly stepped into the air. The moment he stepped into the air, a long sword appeared abruptly at the place he left. Old Man Li let out a "huh," then laughed. Prediction? No, combat instinct. Fong Ping laughed. This is talent. In the past, I just disdained it, not that I can't. I just disdain dodging. What are you bragging about? Old Man Li cursed. Did you think I didn't know you? But this kid improved really fast. Fong Ping laughed again. I'm not bragging. I'm a genius. I'm serious. God! Old Man Li wanted to curse, but he quickly shut his mouth. Mother asterisk cur, he could not curse. He was really a genius. 21 years old. Practicing martial arts for less than 3 years. At this stage, if you said that Fong Ping was not a genius, then these old guys would really be trash. Both of them chatted, but it did not delay the battle. After all, Old Man Li was rich in combat experience. At this moment, he was much more alert. After many attacks, Fong Ping's injuries also increased. He became alert. Fong Ping was also holding back his naughtiness. From the beginning to the end, he only did one thing, and that was to break your right arm. Old Man Li's right arm was chopped again and again. Finally, with a crack, it broke completely. His right arm fell. This time, Fong Ping chopped off his right arm. The moment his right arm fell, Old Man Li suddenly held the sword in his left hand and cursed. Little bastard! Do you really think I'm a right-handed swordsman? Before he finished speaking, Old Man Li held the sword and slashed down. This slash was so fast that almost no one could see it clearly. Fong Ping did not see it clearly either. Rumble. Crack. Fong Ping's skull was severely injured. Before he could rejoice over chopping off Old Man Li's right arm, his skull was severely injured. In the next second, Old Man Li stabbed with his sword almost continuously. Fong Ping had nowhere to evade the stab. Old Man Li's sword pierced his throat once again, sending him flying backward and nailing him to the battlefield. Fong Ping was just about to leap up and fight again when in the next second, Old Man Li suddenly appeared outside the crevice. Outside the crevice, Old Man Li was calm and collected. He reattached his right arm and recovered in the blink of an eye. He smiled faintly. This guy is not weak. It will be a little difficult to defeat him. As he said that, he shook his head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Fong Ping broke through the air and scolded, "Old bastard! I'm so angry." What Old Man Li did just now was the final radiance of the setting sun. Although it looked like Fong Ping was at a disadvantage, with his skull smashed and his throat nailed to the ground, Fong Ping's injuries were not bad. The old man, on the other hand, was now exhausted. If he did not recover, Fong Ping could definitely beat him until he hugged his head and cried. But the old man was too cunning. He nailed Fong Ping to the battlefield in a domineering manner and then ran away. He did not want to fight anymore. Shameless. Fong Ping's face was full of grief and indignation. This was the battle that made me famous. But now, looking at the martial artists around him, it was obvious that they did not think the same way. These guys might not have understood anything. They only knew that Fong Ping was brutally beaten by Li Chongsheng. His skull was smashed and he was nailed to the ground by a longsword. It was too tragic. As for Li Chongsheng, his only injury was a broken arm. To them, having an arm to beat Fong Ping to this state was obviously a great advantage. In the crowd, Fong Yuan saw that her brother seemed to be very angry and quickly shouted, Brother, you're the best. You fought with Dean Li like this. Even though you lost, you're still very strong. You, Fang Ping almost wanted to pinch her to death. Are you my sister? If you don't have a good eye, don't talk nonsense. When you say that, those who don't know might really think that I lost. As expected, the next moment, someone in the crowd said, Vice Chancellor Fang is already very strong. He can actually fight with longevity, soared to this extent, and even cut off one of his arms. He's really strong. Yeah, Dean Li is in existence who once killed a rank 9 with 3 swords. This time he actually defeated Vice Chancellor Fang after 1,000 moves and even cut off an arm. The crowd discussed animatedly. Fang Ping felt wronged. You bastards. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to know everything, okay? I'm going to win. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Wu Chuan, his face full of anticipation. You guys must know. Hurry up and say it. Tell everyone I actually won. Wu Chuan ignored him. President Lin looked around and did not seem to see him. You lost. We won't let you surpass Li Chongqing now. Otherwise, we'll lose our cover. No one understood it anyway. Who said that Li Chongqing lost? Ask the people here, do they believe it? Guo Xinquan wanted to say something, but stopped. Wu Chuan winked at him. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Ping lost. If he knocked Li Chongqing down, this guy's ego would soar to the sky. Guo Xinquan laughed dryly. The next moment, Wu Chuan telepathically said to Fang Ping, Don't be indignant. He didn't use a killer move. Otherwise, do you really think you can win him? Fang Ping was gloomy. Nonsense. I was sparring. I have a killer move too. Did I self-destruct the House of Gold? Really? The old man lost, so be it. He wanted to save his face. In the end, he ruined my face. Am I shameless? How humiliating. There were so many people watching the battle. Initially, he wanted to get the first place after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Now it's great. Second place is secured. No one will believe me if I say I'm strong. Forget it. Fang Ping sighed helplessly. He had to save some face for the old man. He could leave the rank 8 first place to him. The next time we fight for the rank 9 first place, you won't be as fast as me, right? Everyone disperse. Fang Ping shouted and laughed. It's just sparring. Don't take it seriously. January 22nd. Fang Ping came out of closed-door cultivation and fought Li Chongqing. They entered the space battlefield and lost. The Devil King was no match for the longevity sword. However, after the battle, the South Guardian commented that both of them had the strength of the top 20 in Origin Path. Both were true invincible rank 8 powerhouses. As one of Sino Nation's leaders, Wu Chuan's comment was highly credible. Everyone agreed with this point. Both of them really had the strength of the top 20 in rank 9. This year, Fang Ping was 21 years old. Li Chongqing was 61 years old. From the ranking list, Fang Ping was the youngest. Old man Li was the second youngest. A battle between 2 young people. This news spread rapidly. Not long after Fang Ping and the rest returned to MCMAU, the topic of a battle between 2 young people became a hot topic. Fang Ping suddenly did not feel wronged anymore. He only had the urge to laugh. A battle between 2 young people? This topic was good. Chapter 858. In the big conference hall, Wu Chuan arrived a step later. Old man Li had already returned to normal. He glanced at Wu Chuan, snorted softly, and said nothing. Comment my ass. You're the young one. The news spread extremely fast. Everyone had just returned to MCMAU when the outside world started spreading it. It was all because of Wu Chuan, the shameless bastard, talking nonsense in front of the reporters who rushed there. Wu Chuan looked indifferent. As the Guardian, what's wrong with me commenting on you guys? He found a place to sit, minding his own business. Fang Ping had also returned to normal. President Lin and the others were also seated. When Wu Chuan arrived, President Lin smiled and said, Congratulations, Vice Chancellor Fang. In this battle, although Fang Ping and Li Changsheng were just sparring. After this battle, Fang Ping had also truly demonstrated the strength of Origin Path. It was his own combat strength that had reached the Origin Path level, not relying on external objects or methods like self-detonation. Fang Ping was still in a good mood. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations to you two. I haven't had the time to congratulate the president for entering rank 9. President Lin smiled bitterly, helplessly. Don't congratulate me. If I did, where would I hide my face?" Wu Chuan interrupted. "Old Lin, you didn't have this attitude before. I remember that when you first arrived, the first thing you said was that two shameless bastards were competing. You're here to see the shameless bastard." As soon as he said that, President Liu, who was seated at the side, shrunk his body. This had nothing to do with him. The dignified guardian was starting to sow discord. If the president was beaten to the ground, he would not care. "I've only just entered rank 8. President Liu, who used to think that rank 8 was out of reach, now really felt that rank 8 was only. This kid Fang Ping a few times said that he wanted to sneak up on me. You rank 9 powerhouses go ahead and chat. Pretend that I don't exist." President Lin's smiling face stiffened. "Why is Wu Chuan so talkative? You're a guardian after all. Why are you so narrow-minded? What's wrong with Sino Nation? From top to bottom, there's not a single good person. It's fine if I don't quit this stupid president. I've been in charge of the ranking for the past 2 years. Everyone was dissatisfied with my ranking. I thought that a rank 9 would be able to withstand the pressure. Now it seems maybe it's better for me to resign." President Lin glanced at Wu Chuan, then at Fang Ping and Li Changsheng, who seemed to be smiling. He coughed dryly and said let's get down to business. Let's talk business. Let's cut to the chase. This time we came to Shanghai for something. President Lin regained his smile and acted as if he hadn't heard those words. He quickly said, "Principal Fang, Dean Li, Elder Lin, there's something wrong with the way you address me." Old man Li seemed to be picking a fight on purpose. He grinned and said, "I'm still this kid's teacher and senior. You're such a snob. Just because he's young and has a higher position than me, you're calling him that? Isn't that inappropriate?" A long sword appeared in old man Li's hand. He caressed the long sword as if he was polishing it. He sighed, "The human heart is not what it used to be." President Lin's head was about to explode. F***CK. He had fallen into a thief's lair. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Suppressing his desire to fight this guy one-on-one, President Lin coughed again and said, "Li." Just as he was about to continue addressing Fang Ping, he saw that Fang Ping was also rubbing his palms together. He was so angry that his face turned green. "Fine, I won't address you anymore. Let's get down to business. This is what happened." President Lin went straight to the point and said quickly, "The World Martial Arts Association contacted all parties this time and invited peak rank 8 powerhouses from various countries and holy lands, as well as some rank 9s who have yet to officially enter the Origin Path, for a meeting. The main thing is to discuss the matter of the King Battleground. It just so happens that MCMEU's rank 8 number 1 and number 2 are both here. Lu Zhen is also a powerhouse who has yet to enter the Origin Path." When it came to business, President Lin became much more serious. He put on an attitude that said, "If you dare interrupt, I won't talk anymore," forcing everyone to forget what happened just now. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He said, "Quickly, President, continue. Gathering peak rank 8 and weak rank 9 martial artists to discuss the matter of the King Battleground? If that's the case, the various countries and holy lands still want a piece of the pie in the King Battleground?" President Lin nodded and said, "I'm afraid that's what they're thinking. Right now, the King Battleground has yet to be completely destroyed. Powerhouses who have officially entered the origin path are still unable to enter. This matter concerns the two kings of the catacombs. All the Holy Lands have been exploring the king battleground all these years. Now that it's the final stage, no one will give up easily. Fong Ping asked curiously, "Why is this matter managed by the Martial Arts Association?" President Lin looked at him in surprise. After a while, he said, "The Martial Arts Association. You can actually understand it as the Foreign Affairs Department. We're a link between martial arts powerhouses from various countries and the Holy Lands." This fellow Fong Ping, other than knowing the ranking, did he care about anything else? The existence of the Martial Arts Association was to coordinate matters between martial artists from various countries. This fellow actually asked why they were in charge. Nonsense, it's not our business. How did you participate in the youth competition previously? President Lin cursed in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face. Forget it. He could not beat this kid, so he should just resign himself to fate. Old man Li did not care about this. Instead, he said, slightly solemnly, "The two kings of the king battleground have awakened. They're all top-notch powerhouses among the true kings. At this time, all the Holy Lands actually want a piece of the pie? Isn't this valuing money over life?" Old man Li was slightly displeased. It was extremely dangerous inside now. If a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse went in now, it would be no different from sending themselves to death. President Lin thought for a while before saying, "This news has just come from the World Martial Arts Association. Minister Zhang and the rest are not here now. I've asked Deputy Minister Wu and Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li. They said that we can participate. Whether we go or not will be discussed later." What Wu Quishan and Li Daong meant was that they should join first to take a look, just in case they missed out on any important information. As for whether they could enter or not, that would be discussed later. Beside him, Wu Chuan asked, "What does Star Town mean?" The reply from Star Town's side is that they want to participate. Moreover, it's best if they can lead this operation. President Lin laughed. "You guys know that Star Town has been exploring the King Battleground for 100 years. They've always been fighting in the King Battleground. At this time, at the last moment, they won't give up." "That's true." Wu Chuan nodded. He was not surprised. Star Town's high-ranked martial artists were almost all fighting in the King Battleground. Now that the two kings had really appeared, they would definitely not give up. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "What exactly is inside the King Battleground? If it's for the two kings, it's useless for us to go in. The Catacombs' true kings are also thinking of joining forces to break through the King Battleground. I don't think it's too difficult. But with so many people scheming, could it be that they're all trying to seize the two kings' Dao?" President Lin laughed. "I'm really not too sure about this, but all the Holy Land should know. I don't think it's just for the two kings. Of course, maybe it's also because of that. All of you know that the two kings are actually powerhouses under the Demon Emperor's command. They've experienced the Emperor era. They knew too much, and it even included some secrets related to the monarch realm. Also, the key point is," President Lin's tone was solemn, "they might know what the Seed of Rebirth is. According to the information from the catacombs, the Seed of Rebirth appeared after the Demon Emperor's demise. This means that the two kings have experienced the scene. How long have the two kings lived? They might have lived longer than the bounded boundaries. During the Demon Emperor era, the bounded boundaries didn't seem to have appeared. These two old antiques are indeed very important. They might be insiders back then. Maybe they'll have some clues." Fong Ping shook his head. "That's not something we can participate in. The two kings' combat strength is comparable to the suppressing Heavenly King. They belong to the top true king, powerhouses. People like us are considered strong in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. When we're in front of them, they can kill us with a single blow." Wu Chuan said thoughtfully, "The two kings might not have completely recovered now, or they might not be able to make a move." The most troublesome thing about the King Battleground is the massive, chaotic origin path. It's incomparably powerful. Now, all the Holy Lands suddenly want to gather everyone for a discussion. I think they might know that the two kings are restricted and want to use this opportunity to achieve some goals. Fong Ping looked at him strangely. Wu Chuan was a little annoyed by the stare. He raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? That Senior Wu, you're one of the 7 leaders of Sino Nation. Why do I feel like you're guessing everything? Don't you have any right to know? The entire hall fell silent. Wu Chuan's expression was very pleasant. What did he mean? After a while, Wu Chuan huffed and puffed. I only care about the southern catacombs. Everything else has nothing to do with me. That's what it is, understand? I don't care about anything else. Cough, cough. There's nothing I can do about it. As the least experienced guardian of the southern catacombs, he lacked strength, experience, and was the youngest. Among the 7 leaders, he indeed had the least right to know. Moreover, this concerned the holy lands of Star City. He had never come into contact with Star City before. Those fellows would only look for the 3 departments to solve their problems when they came out. They would not look for him. Fong Ping saw that his words had made old Wu's face darken. He hurriedly gestured with his fists and held back his laughter. He continued, Let's not talk about Senior Wu for now. President Lin, now all the parties mean to let the peak rank 8 and the weak rank 9 meet first. Don't tell me they want all of us to enter the King Battleground? Gathering us in advance is to discuss how to profit? I'm not sure about this for now. This time, the convener is the pantheon of gods. President Lin explained. This time, most of the peak rank 8 in Star City have left with a few ministers. The pantheon of gods is currently the strongest. They also have the god of war, the sun god, and a few others. So this time they're the leaders. The World Martial Arts Association wants to gather first. We'll discuss the specifics when we arrive. What's the location? It's not decided yet. The time is almost after the New Year. Now, all the parties are seeking the opinions of peak rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists to see how many they can gather. President Lin explained once again. At the level of peak rank 8, they could not be gathered with just a summons. Take MCMAU, for example. He personally came to invite them. In the era when the peak rank 8 did not appear, these people were the overlords of a region. Sino Nation was slightly better. In some countries, a weak rank 9 was already the ruler of a country. Without personally inviting them, it was almost impossible to expect them to come with just a few words. Pantheon of gods. Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Speaking of Pantheon of gods, I thought of someone. Zayli Caro returned to Pantheon of gods last time. How is he now? That evil sect's 3rd elder was not a real evil sect member. Li Zhu's pawn. Fong Ping had also told old Zhang. He did not know how old Zhang arranged it. Zayli Caro, I know about this. Wu Chuan finally knew about it this time. He smiled and said, Zayli Caro is still in Pantheon of Gods. There are some things that the ministers have arranged. He is Li Zhu's pawn. As for us, we still have some common goals with Li Zhu. Before the all-out war starts, Zayli Caro is not a threat, but an important link. That's why we can't kill him now. Li Zhu. Speaking of Li Zhu, Fong Ping frowned. This time, Andes and Totem City lost 2 peak rank, 8 powerhouses. Although our relationship with the other Holy Lands is average, everyone's goal is still the same. There are not many human peak rank 8 to begin with. 2 of them fell at once, and it's all because of Li Zhu. This guy hides at the back and takes all the advantages. Can't we let him suffer a big loss? He was very vigilant towards Li Zhu. This guy is either stupid or he's truly ambitious. After a few incidents, Fong Ping felt that this guy was even more cunning than old Zhang. He was one of the chess players that Fong Ping knew on the surface. This guy had led a few major events and caused the death of many true kings. Mystic Jade, True King. 2 of the human peak rank. 8. The deaths of these people were all related to him. A guy who did not show any strength, hiding at the back and casually manipulating things, caused a huge impact. This matter depends on the peak rank 8's opinion. Wu Chuan laughed. No matter how angry you are, it's useless. He hides in the depths of the catacombs. You can't do anything to him. President Lin was not very clear about these things and did not want to talk about these things. He said again, Vice Chancellor Fong, then I've informed your side. When the specific time and place are arranged, you can go and participate. Fong Ping said directly, I won't go overseas. It's fine in the country. There are peak rank 8 powerhouses overseas who can threaten my life. The catacombs arrest warrant is still there. I'm not at ease. In the country, he was not afraid of anything. However, when he was overseas in someone else's territory, as long as there were peak rank 8 who thought that taking him down would benefit them, he would not be able to resist. Fong Ping said again, It's not just me, Instructor Li too. Dean Lu too. The suppression cannon he created was seen by many people this time, including some powerhouses from the 5 Holy Lands. If he goes overseas, what if those people want to obtain the manufacturing method of the suppression cannon and force him to tell them? President Lin, you should communicate with the World Martial Arts Association about this. It's best to hold it in Sino Nation. President Lin pondered for a moment, then said, All right, then I'll go back and communicate with all parties. The Pantheon of Gods wants to go to Europe. This time, their peak rank 8 might appear. If it's in Sino Nation, their peak rank 8 might not come. Let's discuss it first. We'll inform everyone when there's a decision. All right. Fong Ping nodded, but he was calculating in his heart. This time the human parties had ideas about the King Battleground. Ji Yao also had ideas about Destiny Royal Court. In that case, maybe they could really work together this time. Will they send people in too? Fong Ping was slightly doubtful. Would it be useful to go in now? Even if the 2 kings were restricted and could not fight in the King Battleground, what else was there that was worth the peak rank 8's attention? Since martial artists below the origin path were allowed to enter, it might not be for the 2 kings themselves. All these years, these people have been letting martial artists explore the King Battleground. The ruins are only one aspect. There's probably another purpose. Others might not know, but Warlord and the others should know. Fong Ping was sure that the peak rank 8 of Star City might know why. The peak rank 8 of the 6 great holy lands should know. Otherwise, they would not let their descendants enter the King Battleground for so many years, especially the rank 9. Some people deliberately did not walk out of the origin path just to stay in the King Battleground. I'll probably know after asking the people in Star Town. Fong Ping did not think about this anymore. Whether to go to the King Battleground or not, it was up to him. The 2 kings were inside. If he was not 100% sure that these 2 fellows would not attack, Fong Ping would not step in easily. At his current level, Fong Ping was not too afraid, even if it was a top-notch origin path, unless he was a powerhouse. Although there was a high probability that he would not be a match for the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him. However, he was too far away from the true king realm. He was not a match for them. After discussing these matters for a while, President Lin said, There's one more thing I want to remind Vice Chancellor Fong. The World Martial Arts Association also wants to trade some resources with you this time. They specifically mentioned it once. President Lin smiled and said, Everyone knows about your reputation as a treasure of many treasures. Actually, we can still give it a try. These holy lands have also guarded the catacombs for many years. The North, South, East, and West territories are slightly different. Some things are specialties of each territory. Some of these holy lands' peaks have lived for a long time. They don't always guard Mount Royal Sea. If you trade, you might be able to exchange for something that will help you. Fong Ping nodded slightly. This can be done. Multi-party exchanges are beneficial to the improvement of martial arts. The trading platform I set up previously was actually for this purpose. However, there are not many powerhouses in each country. The Holy Lands are not involved. These fellows are self-sufficient. They don't seem to have any intention of participating, so I gave up. Fong Ping said with a smile, "Since they have this idea, then we can try. However, I don't have anything good on hand now. I'll see." Fong Ping was not in a hurry. It was okay if he did not have anything good on hand. If he really wanted to barter, if he saw something good and the other party did not want the energy stones, he could also go into the catacombs to look and get something back to trade. After discussing these, Fong Ping looked at Wu Chuan and asked with a smile, "President Lin is here for this. Senior Wu, you're not here just to watch the battle, are you?" Wu Chuan came very quickly. The Southern House of Guardians was not in Magic City. It was somewhere else. He came so quickly. He was probably not here to watch the battle. Wu Chuan answered, "I'm here this time for two things. First, to borrow troops." Wu Chuan laughed. Currently, Magic City's catacombs have been defeated. A large number of powerhouses in MCMAU are idle. However, there are many catacombs in the south. Now, there is some pressure in other places. Therefore, my idea is to see if some of MCMAU's powerhouses can go to the other catacombs in the south to fight. Dean Chen Zhenhua and the others need to fight now. They need to improve in battle. It's not a good idea to stay in MCMAU all the time. As soon as he said this, Old Manly said directly, "This is not a problem. Actually, they've also prepared for this. Since the crisis in Magic City has been eliminated, other than a portion of those who stayed behind, the rest can go on expeditions everywhere." That's good. Wu Chuan was also quite happy. With a combat strength like MCMAU, the pressure on the catacombs in the south would be greatly reduced. However, which side MCMAU would support would depend on the wishes of MCMAU's powerhouses. Fortunately, the other bosses of the 3 departments and 4 houses had all left. He was still here now. Moreover, he was from MCMAU. It was like the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Second, it's related to Fong Ping. Wu Chuan thought for a while before saying, "Actually, it's about Senior Brother Tian. Senior Brother Tian was seriously injured in this battle. Now he's almost crippled. Although he's different from the others and didn't faint, his mentality is almost dead now. He can't even walk the origin path anymore. I heard that previously Fong Ping sent a holy fruit that might be able to heal injuries over to MCMAU. In the end, it was rejected by Senior Brother Tian. I'm also a little selfish. My idea is that since the others have been taken away by the few ministers, it's better to give the thing to Senior Brother Tian first." Wu Chuan sighed softly. Honestly, if injuries can really be healed, of course, it would be better to give it to Old Kong. If he recovers, his combat strength will be extremely strong. It will be more helpful to Sino Nation. That's probably what Senior Brother Tian is thinking. But this time I really want to be selfish for once. Old Kong and the others are miserable, but Senior Brother Tian has been worse all these years. His entire family, old and young, have died in battle. Now that he's a cripple, what should we do? His whole life, he's been fighting in the catacombs. Now that he's a cripple, are you going to let him retire? This isn't retirement, this is waiting for death. His essence, chi and spirit are all gone. Wu Chuan sighed. I went to see him once. His condition is very bad. His hair is snow white. He's old in one night. My heart doesn't feel good. His mentality is even more serious than when Chongqing was injured. I'm afraid this isn't something that can be healed by ordinary things. All of you know that when I was in school, I actually stayed for many years. Before I became the Guardian of the South, I spent most of my time in MCMAU. Back then, Senior Brother Tian even taught me for a period of time. He's considered half a teacher to me. His lover, children, and grandchildren have all died in battle. He's the only one left in his family, old and young. Now that even he's like this, he might as well have died in battle in the catacombs. Wu Chuan felt bad as he spoke. He sighed again. Since he's not dead, Fang Ping seems to have obtained a treasure that can heal injuries. That's why I still want to mention this. Fang Ping felt bad too. He said helplessly, "Previously, I sent someone to send it to senior brother Tian. He refused no matter what. He said, he's a weak, rank 9. If he's crippled, then so be it. When the minister and the rest are back, try to pick a stronger one to heal him." Senior brother Tian's personality is also a man of his word. It's not that I don't want to agree to this. I have no choice. Fang Ping had his own selfish motives too. Of course, he also wanted to save these powerhouses who were injured this time. Moreover, this old man was indeed very miserable. He had been fighting all his life. The Tian family, old and young, had all died in battle in the catacombs. Now he himself was also a cripple. However, Tian Mu felt that his ability was weak. It did not matter whether he recovered or not, so he rejected directly. That Wu Chuan was a little embarrassed. Even his voice was much weaker. He said a little hoarsely, "What I mean is, it's not just that healing holy fruit that Pine King's origin Tao." He could not even say this out loud. What he meant was that Fang Ping should give that to Tianmu too. But this was a true king's origin Tao. Even some top rank 9s would be jealous of this item. If Fang Ping was willing to sell it, perhaps those rank 9s would trample over the threshold. However, if he agreed to give this to Tianmu too, perhaps Tianmu could take this opportunity to walk on Pine King's origin Tao and quickly become a top powerhouse in the origin Tao. Perhaps he could not enter the absolute peak, but he would definitely not be too weak. When that time came, Tianmu would have this kind of ability. He would not feel that he was a cripple anymore. As soon as he said this, Old Man Li glanced at Fang Ping. He coughed softly and said that, "Fang Ping, actually, if there is no suitable candidate, I think senior brother Tian is quite suitable. You probably won't walk on Pine King's Tao. You can only choose one from some peak rank 8s or weak rank 9s. It'll be too wasteful if you leave him idle." Of course, this is a true king's origin Tao after all. Even he could not say for sure at this time. Back then, in order to take back what belonged to their ancestor, the Yang family was willing to sacrifice their rank 9s. Even if the Yang family was destroyed, they would not hesitate. From this, it could be seen how important the true king's Tao was. Even the absolute peak would covet it. Perhaps the absolute peak could take the opportunity to walk on a second path. Even if this path might not be very long, it would not matter. Killing a true king, Zhang Tao and the rest could do it. However, killing a true king and leaving behind his origin Tao was not just a path that was converted from an ultimate technique. Instead, it was a path that was truly stripped from a true king. This thing was really luck, heaven-defying luck. Only the cat had fished Pine King out, knocked him unconscious, and stripped him. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for other powerhouses to do it. When Fang Ping heard what they said, he could not help but laugh. "You are all my seniors. Why are you so embarrassed? I think the Vice-Chancellor is not embarrassed at all. How thick-skinned is he?" He did not even mention the mystic jade, true king's ultimate technique. After teasing Wu Quishan for a while, Fang Ping continued, "If you didn't mention it, I actually didn't think so much. As for me, I have always felt that the catacombs' true king's path is too weak." He was influenced by old Zhang. He always felt that the catacombs' true king's path was too weak. In his opinion, King Pine's origin Tao should be given to a rank 9 powerhouse who had no hope of reaching the absolute peak. However, now that they mentioned it, Fang Ping suddenly realized that this thing was really precious. Although Tianmu had always given him the feeling that he was very strong and very determined, did Tianmu have any hope of reaching the absolute peak? That might not be the case. Moreover, the old man was dying now. Fang Ping said quickly, "Then I will make a trip later. As for Hai, Grandmaster Kong, and the rest, I will think of something." Wu Chuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he could not help but laugh. "You think of something. Why do I feel that you really think of yourself as a minister now? This kid, a few top-notch high grandmasters were injured, and the absolute peak could do nothing about it. He said that he would think of something. He really did have the demeanor of a minister. Fong Ping smiled. In his heart, however, he thought of the cat tree. If the cat fruit could really heal the Origin Dao's injuries, he could try looking for this tree. Could the recovery of Li Zhu's Origin Dao's injuries be related to the cat fruit? Fong Ping suddenly had this thought. He did not know if it was right. Looks like I still have to go to the catacombs. Relying on old Zhang and the rest might not be reliable. Fong Ping lamented. Humans, when they became stronger, they would have to bear greater responsibilities. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves.